Just having a bit of a boogie out. Morning exercise, in chair exercise. No, thank you. Yeah, there's your weights, lift your water, do your thing. Good morning, Jess. How are you today?
Well, it would help if I wasn't on mute. I'm just having this conversation with you.
Also, I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I've actually got a pair of weights in the car.
Yeah. Yeah, I found I had a little, those kettlebells. I had one and I couldn't find it anywhere, and it was in the back of a cupboard. I don't know how I got there on that, and I found it the other day, and I'm like, so I put that into the room. So I'm going to start doing my kettlebell squats and all that sort of stuff again. So how's your morning been anyway? Sorry to interrupt you there.
Busy.
Yeah,
very, very busy. We left at 8 o'clock this morning, got in like when I text you. When I messaged you, and was like, I'll be there in 5 minutes. It's really when we got through the door.
It's all good. As I said last night, it's fine. Whatever time. So yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we did what we needed to do. We went grocery shopping. We stocked up because we're on cyclone alert at the moment.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Orange level. And they're thinking it could go up to a red.
Yeah, which is
pretty severe. I mean, we're orange
4, 5
anyway.
Yeah. So it's your turn for a cyclone.
Yeah,
I have my turn. Now it's your turn. Yeah, I did see that.
We're calling them Cyclone Tammy, I think, is the name of this one.
Oh, it's a girl. Girls are not.
You're always girls, aren't they?
The girl, well, in our experience here, whenever it's been either a gender neutral name or a girl name, it's packed a punch.
Yeah.
Oh no. So, Mother Nature, she is a bitch at times. So,
and here's me this morning going, I really hope those boys don't go out to the back paddock and get randomly caught up in a wind. See this flying cat.
I shouldn't laugh, I know, but that would be a sight.
It would be a sight. I'll be like,
you'd be standing there hanging, washing out. Was that a cat that I just seen?
Yeah. It's a bird. Wait, no, it's a plane. Wait.
No. Hang on. No, it's got a tail. It's got no wings. Oh, yeah, it's a cat. There it goes. Hi,
Reba. Hi, Neo.
Have a nice flight.
I love you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I've seen that because that's sitting off New Caledonia at the moment. So
right.
Yeah.
Apparently the rest of it is supposed to hit tonight.
Yeah. It's not very often that we get notification that something's going to be hitting New Zealand, but it's dead smack and it's radiating out. So we're obviously going to get, because realistically, there's not much of the pond to cross to get to our prospective countries. So anything that sort of happens there, does sometimes affect us as well. So even when you have earthquakes offshore and stuff like that, we get tsunami warnings and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, no, because in the scheme of things, there is not a lot of pond between us. So
no, there's not.
You said it's 4 hours from your place to hit our coast, yeah? About 4 hours?
I know it's about 3 hours to 3.5 hours to Gold Coast.
Yeah. So, yeah. And that's
out of Sydney Auckland? Is a 3-hour flight.
Yeah, it's not far at all on that. So basically in the scheme of things, this will just give you an idea. In the time it takes me to drive from my house to Brisbane or to the Gold Coast is actually longer than it takes for you to fly from, is it Christchurch you fly out of Auckland?
Auckland.
Out of Auckland to the Gold Coast. You will actually arrive. If we left at the same time, you would arrive before me.
I'd be waiting for you.
Yeah, you'd be sitting there going, TikTok, bitch, where are you?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that
coffee.
Just have a coffee, sit back, relax, read half of your book before I even get there. So that just gives you an idea of how far out of the capital cities that I live. So, yeah. So it's going to be exciting because Jess and I are going to be in the same room at the end of May. It's so exciting.
Yes, we are. So good. Yeah, it's just around the 6 week mark.
Yeah, when you put that up this morning, I'm like, holy crap, that came around quick. Like last time I checked, it was like 4 months.
Because I was talking to my mum because I booked my flights like on Webjet, like which are a little bit cheaper and like they do all the comparison stuff. I didn't get the option from Qantas like for a meal.
Yeah.
Like I get a meal, but I didn't get the option for like allergies or anything like that. And so we had to figure out how to actually declare. And they don't do celiac, it's gluten intolerant.
So it still has gluten in it.
Probably. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna end it like unless something is wrapped like in plastic, like an allergy wise bun or something, or a muffin that is wrapped.
So you'd be better off just taking your own stuff because, I mean, as you said, you're only on the plane for 3 hour plane ride. So
yeah,
I mean, it's an hour and a half for me, I think it is, or something like that. So yeah,
it's nothing major. I can just carbo load and like fill up
before I get
on the plane and I have a really, really big breakfast.
Yeah, because what time are you leaving? Auckland.
Leaving Auckland 12:30. Get to Sydney at about 2:30.
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Yeah, so during your lunchtime.
Jetstar. Sydney, 2:30. What did I? Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah.
Friday, 30th of May.
Cool.
Yep. So I leave Auckland at 12:40.
Yeah.
And then get in Sydney 2:30.
Yeah. Because I'm leaving here on Thursday afternoon and I'm going down after Crafty Sprints. And then I'm going down to Savannah's and Savannah's going to drop me at the airport. So
nice. Yeah.
On that. So I'll probably aim to get in around the same time as you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
It's and I'll like, just walk around does Sydney have like a separate international and domestic?
Yeah. I think so. I'll just walk around going, let's go.
Yeah. Just a lot of people will look at you going, what? And they'll be going,
I'll be thinking, that's a new cooey, because you know that cooey out in the bush, so because it echoes, and so it'll be just get me. People will be just going, man, where the hell's she from?
It's in the name.
They won't be able to pick it because I'll have a Melbourne, Sydney, and Queensland accent mixed together. They'll be like, she's Australian, but I don't know where she's from. And it's definitely not outback either. So I don't speak it really. So so it'll be good. All right. So I better write that down. Try to get in around 2:30. All right. Now that we've worked out our travel plans, we probably should say what we're reading today. We're Buddy ready. Secret Life of Bees. Upside down. Try again.
Honestly, it's been one of those days.
So yeah, Secret Life of Bees. I'm up to chapter 4, and you're up to
chapter 8.
Chapter 8. All right, cool. No worries. So you got to where we were supposed to yesterday. Yep. Cool. It's
which
pretty.
It's a lot of my thoughts that I sent you. Was very spoilery.
Oh, that's fine. That's all right. I actually forgotten what I listened to it and I've forgotten what you said.
So whereabouts are you up to, like as far as story wise?
She has just got her out of jail. She got her out of jail and they were in the water bathing. Oh, right. And they had gone. They had got let me just have a look. What was the last thing that I read? They were at the post office in Tiburon, or whatever it's called. Yeah. So and she's looking for the pink house. on that. So yeah, that
it starts getting really good and like for me really quite sweet as soon as they find the pink house.
Yeah,
like this is where things really start kind of hugging and circling around and stuff.
Yeah.
So
there's a couple of things that I've highlighted in here as well.
Mm-hmm.
This one made me crack up. I highlighted this because this is so flippin' true. Like, because I live in the country, right? People think, oh, the quiet life and all that sort of stuff at night. And then it was like, we started walking. If you think the country is quiet, you've never lived in it. Tree frogs alone will make you wish for earplugs. I'm like, that is so true. Like the crickets and the Kulu birds that sound like a woman being murdered.
God, I don't even live in the country and I get crickets and they drive me nuts.
Crickets, fruit bats. So I get crickets, fruit bats, the occasional Kulu bird. Not so much here in Kingaroy, but when I lived out another hour out, used to get Kulu birds. And Kulu have a sound like, it sounds like a woman being murdered, screaming in the bush, and then it echoes. It is the most eeriest sound you will ever hear in your life if you're in the middle of the scrub. Like the first time I ever heard it, I sat there and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are they doing to her?
I might have to grab my earphones.
Yeah.
And then YouTube it.
Yeah, YouTube the sound of the Kulu bird. So I think it's spelled C-U-W, I don't know. I think it is L-U-W it finishes with. So yeah. Another thing that really stood out for me was, and I was reading it, I'm like, oh my God, that's what my first husband's mother used to do to her kids with the grits on the knees. But she used to use rice. She'd put rice down on a newspaper and make her kids kneel on it. And then I'm like, oh, that is that. And I remember when I was an abused child. And when I heard that, I'm like, that is a cruel and unusual punishment. That was the first, like, are you like a militant of some sort? That was just cruel and unusual. And I, like, at first I thought, who does that? You know, like, that's just wrong on so many levels. And then it wasn't until his auntie told me that, yeah, she walked in on it and seen it happening. I'm like, oh my God, that's so nasty. But yeah, and then I read this and I'm like, just like my ex-mother-in-law. And then when she's talking about it, when Rosalie sees it, and she goes, my niece had been tortured like this enough times in my life that I stopped thinking about it as out of the ordinary. It's just something you had to put up with, like, from time to time, like the common cold. And I'm like, that's sad. I'm like, yeah. So what are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are, first of all, nowhere near as layered as Memory Keeper's daughter. Like, there's like 2 layers compared to a whole onion.
True that.
But the first part, like before they get to the house, was a bit boring.
Yeah,
for me. Like, it was just like there was a bit of world building and it was set up, but like I feel like it could have been edited down a bit more.
Yeah,
and like I think I said on the messages, the back and forward between remembering what happened to the mother, like just pop that all in its own thing and then move on with the story.
Yeah.
But I did like the representation of like what happened to Rosalie. Well, I don't like what happened to her, but like the representation, and I guess the author not really shying away from the brutality of it.
Yeah, it sort of reminded me a little bit of Alice Walker, The Color Purple, how Alice Walker didn't shy away from the brutality either.
Yeah.
On that. This is also Sue Monk's first book. It's her debut novel.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't know. So yeah.
And it kind of reads like a debut.
Yeah.
Like that's probably me being a little bit harsh, but it kind of, yeah.
I don't know.
little changes.
I don't know whether I agree with you on that aspect, that the chopping and changing, because the simple fact is a lot of the books that I read have multiple timelines, and there's a lot of jumping backwards and forwards and all that sort of stuff. So maybe I don't know, maybe that's just my jam. I like that, going backwards and forwards. I didn't find it boring as such, but I found it probably could have had a bit more in way of explaining. But I think maybe we might find out a bit more about what happened to her mum now that you're heading to the pink house, because that and there's been little things as well. I'm wondering if because this is an old book. There's going to be a bit of spoilers here, people. I'm wondering if she's actually biracial.
The mother?
The girl.
Oh, the girl.
Yeah. What's her name? Lily. Because there's been comments about just little, like the picture that her mother had of the was it Virgin Mary that was coloured. There was that. Also talk about her hair going all sorts of ways and stuff, and you know, and just the fact that her father is always angry and was angry at the mother. So maybe something came to light, and the fact that they're actually going to this person's house that has a connection to the Virgin Mary, who is also coloured, and that's why the Virgin Mary is coloured on the honey. It was honey. So I'm wondering, they're the little things that I've picked up in it, and I'm thinking, I wonder, because there's that build up of anger, and she's only 4 when that happened, and her father is hell bent on making her not like her mother by saying that she left her and all this sort of stuff. So I'm wondering if there is maybe that he is not actually her father. And so
I see where you're going with that, because I'm like, I'm trying to remember back to the movie.
Okay.
Like it's
because I haven't seen the movie. This is my first thing into it. So
it's hard for me because like you've got this little girl on the front, which I'm assuming is Lily, but like I automatically see Dakota Fanning, which is who played her in the movie. Like very blonde, blue-eyed, like all that.
Because she didn't say she was blonde or blue-eyed in the book. There hasn't been any mention of her description.
There hasn't been a lot of mention at all about what Lily looks like.
Yeah, except for her hair and using the jam tins to curl it. I read that, I'm like, that's a flippin' choice right there to curl, because her dad wouldn't, you know. You could always tell the children without mothers because their hair went hellway and crooked, and then using jam tins. I'm like, that's a flipping choice. That's
some big curls.
That's what I thought too. I'm like, jam tin, how small are these jam tins? Like this is the train of thought that ran through my head. I'm like, holy crap. But yeah, I'm sort of interested. So
but like now that I'm halfway through the book, and like August is definitely my favorite character, and you'll meet August shortly. And like August is, you can almost feel it coming through the page, like the most grounded person ever. Like it almost grounds me just whenever she's like in the page or has dialogue or something like that. And it's such a nice contrast between like where Lily was with her father, and the chaos and
because angry people always bring a level of chaos to another human being, whether you're being directly affected by that anger or not, or whether you're in the vicinity of it. An angry person will always bring chaos to another human being, and he was definitely chaotic. Her picking up on the little nuances of his facial expressions and his lip going white, knowing what was coming at her and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. It's quite interesting. So, because, and it is very, coming from an abusive childhood, it is very, very key that point, because you do look at that. You look for little ticks and stuff that is going to send someone off. And the fact that she stood up to him, I was quite surprised by that, because it does happen. You do get to a certain point where you go, you know, thank you. I'm over your crap. So it doesn't always happen for everybody, but it was quite interesting how it's been written in that aspect. So because I can, it's sort of when she was talking about that, it was like, oh my god, you do that. You do watch for those signs. You become very, for a lack of a better term, like a cat on a hot tin roof, you know, like you're just constantly on edge waiting for the thing. And it's quite surprising too. He didn't react in the ways that she thought to in some instance, like the nail into the peach.
Yeah.
That he just, you know, don't do that again. And the fact that I honestly think that he shot her, the mother. I don't think it was Lily at all. That because he was quite taken back at the fact when she said, I remember things. That, so yeah.
And he's like, no, this is how it happened.
Like he was pushing his narrative. Sorry, I had glue on my finger just to get that off.
Yeah.
It's annoying me from yesterday. I'm like, get off. Like he was pushing his narrative a little bit. Maybe reading more into it, I don't know. But I think he's a no good Nick, in my opinion. But anyway.
It's making me want to rewatch the movie.
I've never seen the movie. It's the first time I've ever picked the book up. The only experience I've had with Sue Monk Kidd is the Book of Longings, which was really good. That was a 5-star read for me. So I really enjoyed that.
I'm not feeling a 5-star read for this. Unless something fantastic happens. I'm not really there yet. With my rating, but Sue Monk Kidd one, the Book of Longings, that was really interesting. But then again, it was a 5-star read for me. Anything that turns the church on its head, I love it. That's automatically got me interested.
Yeah, it's a story of you know, women being silenced. There's some scenes in it that are a bit okay, but it was, you know, if Jesus had a wife, basically, and it was her perspective. And you know, because we've you know, if you've had anything to do with Christianity, we've always been told that, you know, Jesus didn't have a wife, like he was, you know, a bachelor and all that sort of stuff. But you know, there's other, you know, speculative stuff that they throw out every now and again. But just remembering back to it, you know, it was like it was really well done, like really well done. But as I said, anything that turns the church on its head, sorry to all the Christians out there, I'm down for it. You know, you do you.
Me with my little horns.
You know, like I don't care what religion you're into or you know, what faith you follow, or you know, what dogma you practice. You do you. I'll do me, and I like reading about it when it turns the church on its head. Remembering also, I come from a Catholic household, so yeah, need I say more?
I think it's just interesting to have like a different perspective as well.
Yeah,
like coming from. Well, I don't know whether Sue Monk Kidd is Christian or anything like that. But like just taking like something historical like that and just putting like a fresh perspective or like a different kind of way of thinking about it.
Let's look at the time, okay? It's whenever it was, okay? The population of the earth, the main goal of people were to have children and populate the earth. He was a carpenter. And if you look to history, everybody married. So why the hell didn't he? What was like? Why? Why
was he so special?
Like, you know, people.
Or maybe he was like not special.
Maybe he wasn't. No, maybe he was a different kind of special.
Just trying to figure out how to word that.
A different kind of special.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that probably offended someone, no doubt on that. But you know what? I actually don't care. Don't care.
Probably. I'm sure I have offended several people on my channel.
Oh, I would be surprised if everybody said that I hadn't offended them in some way, because I do suffer from foot and mouth disease. So
I feel like that's like in general like a Aussie Kiwi thing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. We're going to say something that's going to piss you off at some stage.
At some point, yeah.
And we accept this. We accept this flaw, and evidently we don't care.
Yeah,
because we just move on because we know this about ourselves.
Yeah, we say what we need to say,
and inevitably we'll piss someone off.
Yeah.
So I do it on a daily basis with my children, so I'm a little bit immune to it now. I'll say something and they'll just, "Oh, Mum," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry, was I not supposed to say that? Excuse me for breathing and being human." All right, let's check out who is here. Obviously, we're going to have more to say about this book because we're buddy reading it together.
Yeah.
On that. So I will catch up pretty quickly because I've actually got it on Speechify, so that's how I'm catching up. So
yeah.
Because I'm on page, we were supposed to go to, what was it, 169? Yeah, 169, and I'm on page 83, so
I'll catch up pretty quick.
Yeah. And I only started reading it this morning, so I did.
I'm averaging about 40, somewhere between 40 and 50 pages an hour.
Okay, cool.
So,
yeah. You'll be slightly ahead of me, but I'll catch up quick enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, because I'm not doing anything today. I'm not crafting today. I'm not diamond painting today. I'm reading today. Because I'm just reading today because I want to get this done as well, because I want to start this. I'm pretty keen. It's been staring at me all week and I really want to get that done. So I also have to write up a script, but I'll do that later. Not that I do scripts. I write them and then don't use them, but it gives me a way of
guideline.
Yeah, it gives me a guideline, but yeah. Anyway, I hate doing announcement videos. They make me so nervous because I'm going to forget something. So yeah.
And then it's coming up.
And I've got all these people waiting for me to do it, and I can't procrastinate on this one. I just have to do it on that. So yeah, I'll wash my hair. Tomorrow I'll straighten my hair. Friday I'll film it, edit it, and get it up. Ready to go. So yeah, there's a few things that I'm still waiting. I've got to make sure that I've got all my ducks in the road in the next couple of days. So yeah. All right, we've spoken for 30 minutes. Let's say hello to our friends before the villagers get upset. Hello, Glenda. How are you? I've been in trouble for saying that too before. The villagers. I'm like, why is that offensive? It's just a group of people that live in a village. And I'm like, oh my God, okay. I guess when I throw in when they're coming with their pitchforks. Yeah. You get that. Is someone coming at you? It's the villagers. They're upset. They're coming with their pitchforks. They're coming to get you. No, so yeah.
Like that one person.
Yeah, fully. They're still subscribed to the channel.
Are they really?
What happened the other day? I picked up my phone and I went on to, and now on your phone, when you go to your homepage,
you can actually see a list of the subscribers.
Yeah, it gives you a list of subscribers. I'm like, oh, that's cute. I clicked on it and I'm like, still there. Because they're like the third one down. And that like screenshot that, circled it, sent it off to Koda. So, like, oh my God, they're still here. So yeah, that was a good giggle for first thing in the morning. That was at like, I don't know, 6:30 in the morning or something the other day. It's funny. Chris is also here as well. Brennan's also joined us. Hey everyone, reading Definitely Better Now by Ava Robinson, currently at 65%. Nice. Nicely done. All the hellos. I'm just going to burn through these. Hey, Paul, how are you going? Thanks for being here. Toya's also here as well. Lexi's also joined us. I'm going to be doing some cleaning and then some filming. Nice. Hello. Be right back, Toya, Lexi. Is it maybe Brennan? Toya, Lexi? Brennan, readers? maybe just abbreviating everything. I don't know. That's interesting. Hello, says Glenda to everybody in the chat. And oh, I want to read that.
I have read it.
Why have I not read that? Interesting. Or have I read that? See, this is what comes of reading 300 odd books in a year, because you can't remember what you've read.
There's kind of two ways that you can read it, and I recommend making sure that you read the footnotes, because that kind of adds to some of the intrigue. Or you can totally ignore the footnotes and it's still like a completely viable.
No, I've read
it. You have? Okay.
Yeah, I've read it. Yeah, I've read it. Oh, yes, I have read it, because that's why I wanted this.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So, yeah, I've read it. I think I was thinking of Catherine House, because I haven't read that. I gave it 4 stars, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Starling House.
Yeah,
book.
Me too. 4 stars.
Did I write? See, this is why I wanted to start doing oh, I know what it is. It's the house. That's right. And yeah, she goes there, and yeah, I remember now.
The house is almost like a sentient.
Yeah.
Character.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I remember. See, that's what I need to have the book in my hand, and then it jogs the memory. So yeah.
There was a lot of artwork as well.
Yes.
Yes. Pages. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because I've actually got the physical book. Reading Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. Got to get some classics in. Nice. Not my favorite Bronte, but still decent read. That I believe with all my heart the first toxic relationship book ever printed. Because, like, let's face it, there's some questionable choices in that one.
I've never read any Brontes. I've never read any. Oh God, who's Pride and Prejudice?
Jane Austen. I don't like Jane Austen.
You don't?
I was saying it one day that I'm like, I don't think I'm a hopeless romantic. And my husband goes, "Do you think?" And that's all he said. I'm like, nicely done.
Isn't it Emily Dickinson?
Emily Dickinson is a poet. I don't know of any of. I think she might have some novels, but I haven't read any of hers. I know that she's an American. I think she's an American poet of that time. The Bronte sisters write really strong feminine roles for the time. I really like their books. My favorite is Tenant of Wildfell Hall. And then Jane Eyre. So they're hard to. The two are hard to pick between. I prefer the Brontes over Jane Austen.
Right.
But Jane Austen books are silly. Like, they're not silly. They're not even really romantic in a sense, in my opinion. Like, there is romance plot there, but they're more. She was writing about the time and how ludicrous things were at the time for women and all that sort of stuff about, marriage and all that. I mean, there's more to it than that, but they're not my favorite books. But out of her books, I like my favorite is Northanger Abbey. My least favorite is Emma. I've never actually finished Emma. I didn't need the amount of pages written about their dinner that I got. I used it as a sleeping pill for a while there. So,
I'm slowly inheriting my grandparents' classic book collection.
Ooh.
And I don't read classics. But I can't
say I didn't either on that. But when I started doing audio, I started reading the classics with audio and immersively reading them.
Never heard of that one.
I've heard
of Treasure Island.
Yeah. I've got Kidnapped on my shelf. I haven't read that one yet.
I'm actually quite glad to have, though.
Yeah. I just read that the other week.
Because that's apparently really good and quite a...
I recommend getting the audio book because Sissy Spacek reads it.
Never heard of that one.
Who's the author on that one?
Frank Dalby Davidson.
I've not heard of them.
And I can guarantee you I'm going to get some more.
The Prince and the Pauper by Mike Myers. That's I've not read that, but I think I might have read it. Yeah,
this I'm actually quite happy to have as well.
It's good. It's really good. And so is the movie, the old movie, not the, because I think there's been a couple of remakes of it, but the one from, I think it was in the 60s. I've also
got Pride and Prejudice as well. And I'm like, thanks, Grandma.
But you know what? If you get the audio, do the audio with them, because it's a lot easier to read along, and a lot of it makes more sense, and you will just fall into the story on that. So I wasn't a classic girls either, but because you know, read it at school, shove it down your throat, you need to read this, rah rah rah, all the rest of it. And I pretty much came to classics maybe 5-6 years ago.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and I just do them with audio now, and I enjoy them that way. So yeah. Chantel says hello. All the hellos going backwards and forwards. Hello, Jean. How are you? Got distracted reading Zodiac Academy. I only have 300 pages left so far. I've read 40 pages today. Nice. Well done. Hello, Jamie. I'm good. How are you today? How are you, Jess?
I'm good.
That's good.
I think now that I've eaten something, I'm less shaky.
That didn't sound very, I'm good, I think. Let me take a moment to ponder.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll get back to that. That's a later. I'll answer that later question.
My response is, I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Today.
All right. Yeah.
Jamie's debating between Burnt Sugar by Avini Doshi, Maps of Spectacular Bodies by Maddie Mortimer, and A Tidy Ending by Joanna Cannon. A tidy ending. Now that I've done with the Strout book. So now that I'm done, I'm glad I read it. It was the best book ever. Or now that I'm done with it, I can throw it into the corner and never look at it again. Or take it back to the library. So yeah.
Automatically, Maps of Our Spectacular Bodies is standing out to me. Is it fiction?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maps of Our... But, you're coming from somebody who was training to be a naturopath. So, I did a lot of anatomy and stuff.
Reading Hollow Half, a memoir of Bodies and Borders by Sarah Aziza, I think is how you pronounce that, and A Vicious Game by Melissa Blair. Nice. Started to blend the main character and her sister's love interest together. I think I should stop reading. Maybe you should. Go take a shower. Yeah, fully. When you're starting to blend everything, you need to step away from the book. So yeah. So is it nonfiction?
It is a literary fiction. Contemporary poetry. Lyrical debut novel is at once a passionate coming-of-age story, a meditation on illness and death, and a kaleidoscopic journey through one woman's life, told in part by the malevolent voice of her disease. Okay, maybe not that one.
That actually sounds really interesting, Jamie. I'd probably go with that one. Sorry. I always like it when you've got something that's happening to the characters and it becomes its own voice. So whether it's abuse, a disease, a figment of their imagination, whatever. I mean, obviously it is a figment of their imagination that they're hearing this voice or whatever. But
it's 428 pages.
Oh, that's a lot of literary fiction.
Yeah, that's a lot of pages. For a literary fiction, that's a lot of pages.
Yeah. But it would depend how the disease's voice was narrated though. On that, whether it made it good or bad on that. So yeah. And it sounds like a whole lot of nothing in between. I was so impressed as a child by my grandfather's book collection that it wasn't until I started reading the classics that I realized all his were abridged digest versions. Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Reader's Digest.
Yeah, Reader's Digest are really bad for abridging all their stuff.
Yeah, they
the
are.
best.
Reader's Digest.
Yeah, but not always. Like, how many pages is in that?
20,000 Leagues?
Yeah.
365.
It might be abridged because I'm pretty sure. Well, see, I've got an abridged version. I've got a kid's version up here that I've read. I don't think can't remember whether I've read the full version of it or not. No, it might be short because the one on Goodreads comes up. It's only 269 pages, so that might be the full version of it.
Oh.
And remembering too that a lot of classics were published episodic, so like Pickwick Papers has been combined in a book, but originally, and that's an 800-page book, originally that was episodic over a period of, I think, 18 months or something like that. Same as Middlemarch, that was episodic as well. A lot of Russian literature was also episodic. So a lot of classics lend themselves to just reading a small amount every now and again. So, yeah.
What's the one that I've got on my Kindle? It's essentially, I think it's called I read it for Read the Beats, but it's essentially the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. What's his name? Why is that?
Must have been a good book.
Why has that escaped my head? Sweeney Todd.
That's the premise. It's Sweeney Todd. Yeah.
Yeah. That was originally serialized and episodic in the 1800s.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of books back then were, not necessary because it was so expensive to publish novels and everything back then. So they were usually done in.
Is what
which one?
Is what the whole thing is called. Yeah.
The String of Pearls.
Yeah, that's the Sweeney Todd.
I haven't read any Sweeney Todd ones. Did you enjoy it?
It was fine. I preferred the movie.
Okay, that's fair. Kathy says that I was going to have a relaxing night reading books, but now I'm having a stress-induced cleaning session. Breathe. Sit down and breathe. In, count for 4, out for 4. Do that and then pick up a book and read.
If I do that, I'll pass out.
I don't know. Well, if you're inhaling slowly, you shouldn't hyperventilate and pass out. It's only when you rapidly breathe that you hyperventilate and pass out. Tell me everything and nothing at all was not bad. That's not the title of it. That's the proper one on the screen. Tell Me Everything by Elizabeth Strout was not bad. It reminded me a lot of the Isabel Dalhousie series and 44 Scotland Street series by Alexander McCall Smith. Not a 5-star, but a solid 4-star for me. That's fair. It was only a 3-star for me. Really, it should have been a 2.5, but I just, I don't know that universe. And that's why I said to my friend that I will look at reading some more Strout to see where she's coming from, because Strout is her favorite author. And I won't, I'm not going to, and this was my whole point. A lot of people will now write Strout off because of that book being on the long list, because a lot of people are only going to come to Strout because of that long list, and so they're going to now write her off. Whereas that's why I don't think it should have been on there, because it was 5th in the series. Yes, you can read that book on its own. You can very much read that book on its own, get the gist of it. there's a few things that happen and you go, I don't understand. I feel like these people have known each other for a long time. That's because it's a 5th in the series.
Yeah.
Right. So you get that. And so that I think that the judges did a disservice by Strout by putting that book into it. Yeah. That's been my whole point all the way along. Like, why would you do that to an author? You know, you've got a lot of people that are coming to the Women's Prize for Fiction for the first time because they're watching BookTube and Instagram and TikTok and all those places, and they're coming to this prize, or they're coming to prize-winning books or long-listed books in a way of finding books to read. And you've got a 5th in a series. The person's either got to do two things: pick up that book and read it as it is and make a judgment on it, or go back and read the rest of the series to appreciate the book that they've got on this long list. And in my mind, that I wouldn't like it if I was an author, if that was done to me. I would ask them, you need to take that off. Like, don't put me on there.
Yeah.
On that. I would have, and I probably would have said to my publisher, because it's the publishers that put these books forward, not just the authors. I would have said to the publisher, don't put my book forward for the long list. I've got another debut, or, you know, not a debut, but or a debut series or something like that along those lines. Because I think from what I've seen, Strout writes a lot of series and stuff. So I would have said to my publisher, I've got a new series coming out. Wait until that comes out and we'll put that book forward. We'll put the first one forward. That she still may have got the same result and ended up on the, you know, the long list and ended up being shortlisted. But I think doing the 5th book is not the right way to go. And the judges should have just, I know that they shouldn't have just eliminated it straight away from that, but they should have taken that into serious consideration. That. And Liz, when she said to me in the comments, she goes, maybe the judges knew her body of work and that's why it ended up. And I'm like, yeah, but still, then that's favoritism. That's not judging.
Yeah.
That. So
there's a massive subjective element there.
Yeah. And so and I go back to, the judges have done a disservice. I mean, it's great. They pick the book, they like the book, that's fine. You know, the judges, you do you and all that sort of stuff. That's fine. Yeah. But from a spectator's point of view, that I think that they did her a disservice by doing that. And so did the publishers in actual fact. It actually goes back to the publishers not putting other books forward and all that sort of stuff. They would have been better off putting Alicia Fack's book on the list. Which I can now hold up a copy because I have a copy.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, this one's There Are Rivers in the Sky. I read this in January. I loved it, so I purchased it. And I'll probably read it again at some stage. But yeah, like, they would have been better off putting this up. You know, it's a standalone novel. It's a good novel. It's you know, it's historical fiction. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit sad. I am a little bit sad for Elizabeth Strout that book went up. I mean, great. It's, you know, got long listed and all the rest of it. And a lot of people are going to come to her work and have a completely different go at it. And so hopefully it works. But anyway, it is what it is. Yes, we do have Reader's Digest down here.
We don't
probably. I don't know whether we still have, like, we used to have the magazine, and there used to be, like, I remember seeing Reader's Digest. I think I've even got some on my shelf, actually. I remember seeing that. I don't see them a lot now, and I don't see the little magazine either very often. I used to have I used to go and get them from the library and stuff when I was younger. Because they used to always have really interesting stories in the magazine. Books, not so much. I didn't get the books as such. And there was a little while there that I was actually getting, back in the early 90s, I got a year subscription of Reader's Digest. Nice. I don't know what happened to those magazines, but yeah, they were just a little magazine, like about this size, that you could just carry with you. And they had lots of, like, in-depth stories about different cultures and all that sort of stuff. And you know, there was lots of different things that I took from it on that. But I didn't read them all. I don't know what happened to them. They ended up somewhere.
They
ended up somewhere. The magazine was pretty popular here as well. Hey to Kathy. Some of Stephen King's books have been episodic in magazines originally. Needful Things. There you go. Sweeney Todd.
I have Needful Things.
Jean yelling at the computer.
So, yeah. I'm actually thinking of starting Needful Things, like starting it next month, but doing like one story a day or something, because I'm using it for her kid. But I've been told that it's written essentially like short stories. They just kind of all interconnect. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think Jamie's a little bit like Jamie and I align on some of our books quite a bit when it comes to literary fiction and that as well. So, that's why I sort of, and, you know, who doesn't like a narrative from a disease? It just sounds interesting.
Jamie, you like to hear what you think about that narrative and whether it's done well or.
Yeah, and if it's a good book, let me know. I'll try and track it down. Needful Things is one of my favorites, says Jane. Okay, nice.
A lot of people like Needful Things. I'm quite excited to start it, actually.
Have you read Joe Hill, his son?
No, I haven't. There's also Owen as well. Owen King. He wrote Insomnia with Stephen, which I want to read because that's like a Sleeping Beauty retelling.
Yeah, I read Joe Hill's short story last year. It was pretty good. I really enjoyed that, and I've read Nos for R2, however you say it.
For R2.
Yeah, that was really good.
Oh, did he write that? Did he?
Yeah, Joe Hill. Yeah.
Because that came out recently, didn't it?
No, that's been out for a while.
A lot of people were reading it.
I think there's a lot of, like, there are quite a number of books that have that title, but Joe Hill has one as well.
Right.
It feels like a very casual day today. I don't know why. I feel like it's a Sunday. It's just, I feel very laid back today. Like, we're just here on Sprint, so it's like we're just hanging out in the back of our house. Oh, there's some people here. We probably should talk to them.
Sometimes you just need that, you just need that time to just chill out.
Yeah, that's what his cover looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Nos for R2. Yeah. I gave it 4 stars. I really liked it.
It's got a 4.08 on Goodreads. Nominee for Reader's Favorite Horror 2013.
Yeah. I was going to say, it hasn't come out recent. I couldn't remember. I knew it was before Mia was born, so yeah.
I gave it 4. Does he write like his dad? Or is it quite different?
Because I've only read Stephen King's early work, so I can't really talk to that. Like, a couple of his, but I haven't read a lot of Stephen King. But I would also say he's one of my favorite. Because what I have read, he's one of my favorite authors. Like, I will pick stuff up of his, but I haven't read a lot. I had a lot of his books, but they all got damaged in a mouse plague. I was collecting them. And I had them all in hardcover, and I had quite a number of his early works. And we had a mouse plague where we lived, and I lost an incredible amount of books. And you can't keep them because they never lose that smell.
See, for me, Stephen King has been hit and miss, but he's so his writing style is so distinctive.
Yeah, and it is very, like, the things that I've read of his, like, Carrie's my favorite one. Shining would be my next favorite. I've read part of it. I didn't finish that because I actually was reading it. My friend had it, and then I moved, so I didn't finish it. I struggled with the, Pennywise down the fucking drain. I hate drains.
Apparently it gets even worse around the 1,000-page mark.
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I always had a fear of those drains in the road. I would actually walk. Yeah, I would walk. Like, I'd be walking with my I wouldn't walk over the top of them. I wouldn't walk near them in the road. I would walk out into the middle of the road so I couldn't be touched by. So God only knows what happens to me. It happened to me in a past life. But yeah. So, something horrific happened, and then I've got a book there, Trying to Conquer My Fears. I failed. It took me I think I only read like probably only about 300 pages maybe of that book, like maybe a bit more. I'm not too sure. I've seen part of the movie, and I couldn't finish the movie either. That it was causing heart palpitations. I felt like I was going to have a fucking heart attack. Watching the movie, I'm like, I'm out. Like, I'm all for getting the shit scared out of me, but I'm out. Like, I'll watch a Freddy Krueger movie till the cows come home.
I find them funny.
Yeah, they are now. They're funny. Back in the day, they weren't.
Yeah.
Like, so many of my friends, I used to do a really good impersonation of Freddy Krueger, the running in the hallways. When we went to TAFE, we had our class, and we needed to go to the loo, me, Melissa, and Michelle. And they were running, and they were heading me, and I went, oi, as we come around a corner, and they were running down a corridor in like a TAFE building, like a school building. Yeah. And again, I've gone, oi, and then I've gone, no, running in the hallways, and they absolutely shit themselves and took off like a rocket. Because it wasn't lit very well either. Like, and it was at night. We were doing night classes, so it just added to it. And like Michelle's always said to me, she goes, "Man, nah." So she's just like, "Nah, don't do that again." And because it was one of my favorite movies back in the day. So yeah. But yeah, I couldn't do it. And that Savannah thought it was hilarious, like watching it. She thought it was hilarious, and I'm like, you're just a sick little puppy, you are.
Yeah. Apparently there's a part in that novel that is like almost too much for a lot of people. And it's to do with like the kids, and people like, well, that just like went way too far. And that apparently creeps up like right at the very end. I watched
I will I'll take your word for it.
I watched Ian Gabelli's vlog of it, and he's like, yep, nope, couldn't avoid that one. And he was like, oh, that went there.
mean, maybe now that I don't have an overactive imagination, I might be, because I'm reading so much, it's being sedated. Yeah. Maybe now I might be able to read it. I mean, I have got over my fear. I do walk over the top of drains now, but I still won't walk near them if I'm on the road.
Progress is progress.
I still walk out into the middle of the road. And even like friends are like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing. Just walking." We don't admit that to my friends because that's just a source of ridicule for the rest of my life. And none of them watch my videos, so I'm pretty cool. So yeah. But yeah, no, I've wanted to read a lot of his stuff, but eventually I'll get to them. My
favorite King that I've read, I read last year, and it was a 4.5. It's called The Institute. It just kind of like melded that perfect, like, not really coming of age, but like kids plus something supernatural going on plus thriller kind of crime thing.
Yeah.
And like it even ended really well. And I've heard that Stephen King is not the best at endings. And then the worst I've read from him is People Are Going to Come For Me, I know, but it's The Stand. I think could have been half the...
Yeah, I started reading that. I didn't finish that either. I ended up just watching the miniseries. It was just a lot easier. It is a big book. Like, there is a lot.
Huge.
And I read that, like, I couldn't even tell you how that started, where I got up to in the book or anything like that, because I read that. I was reading that when it came out, whenever that was.
Yeah.
Because I
Apparently
got it.
It's one of my dad's favorite books.
It is a lot of people's books. I think because you're in that world for so long. That it just sort of rubs off on you. Like, I love The Shining. I've read The Shining, like,
I want to read that.
At least I'd want to say 4, maybe 5 times I've read that. Like, I've listened to it, I've read it, I read it back in the day and all that sort of stuff. Carrie, God, I've seen that movie God knows how many times with Sissy Spacek in it, and I've read the book probably about 3 times, maybe 4 as well. Again, audio with my eyeballs back in the day, all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Misery, I finished that. I read that when it first came out as well because my friend got it. She read it and then I read it. I couldn't tell you what it was about because it's been that long. I know that some dude gets lost, I think, and like, yeah, I can't remember now. But
he's a famous writer and then he gets kidnapped.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, there you go. That shows how much I remember.
Yeah,
this was also back in my teens as well. So like, this is a long time ago. I've only read that once.
When I did the Stephen King read along last, was it last year? Must have been.
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah.
Elliot, who did it with me, he started reading. He couldn't finish it. He started reading Misery.
Yeah.
And like he said, you've got to be in the right mood to read Stephen King.
Yeah, I remember it being brutal. I remember it being brutal, but there's lots of books that I read back when I was younger that I got no idea what they're about. Like I could look at them and go, yeah, no, I got nothing. That so. Jean loves Joe Hill. Only read Horns. I only read Red Horns.
Okay.
Do plan on calming down, Kyle. Just need to gain control of something, and cleaning is something I can do. That's fair. That's fair. The book on the list is John Carter's Princess of Mars from Barsoom.
From the Barsoom series?
Yes, I know. It's got a German twist to it, and I can never, get the accent right. Whatnot. So, yeah. All right. Well, I guess we should get a timer up. Yeah. That's not the website I want to go to.
Stay here chatting otherwise.
Well, you know.
What's his face? He's going to start leaving comments.
Oh, JH10.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. He's barred. He can still be subscribed, but he's barred.
Oh, yeah. So you still get the subscriber, but he can't comment.
Yeah, that's it. He won't be able to comment.
Excellent. So I can call him Dickface as much as I like, and he can't do anything.
Yeah. Knob jockey. Dickface, knob jockey, whatever. There we go. Okay, look at that. It's working today. That's weird. The other day I couldn't get it to come up at all. It was just it was being the timer wouldn't change, the time like on any of them. It was just so frustrating. But today it's working, so I'm not going to argue with it.
Excellent.
Just getting the timer up. Sorry, everyone. It's go slow day to here today. If we come back and I'm asleep, you'll know it was really go slow day today.
We're on what we call island time.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. We are definitely on island time today.
There's only a few people that'll kind of understand that, but yeah.
I'm always on island time.
Yeah. I think Koda's more on island time than any of us.
Yeah, no, Koda's not on island time. He's on time vortex. Because he'll sit down and then hours just go.
True.
So yeah, his unit is he calls I call it a unit, but I think they call it an apartment. So yeah, is like a little time vortex. That anybody that goes there just loses time. So yeah. All right, we've got the timer up. We're going to do an hour and a half, and before we go, I'll just say hello to Leah, because Leah just joined. Hello. I am continue reading We'll Always Have Summer. Nice. Awesome. We're reading Secret Life of Bees together. So yeah, I put my book over there so I can't read it now.
That's right. I got you.
Cool, thanks. I've got that one too. All right, we'll start the timer and we'll see you on the other side of 90 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Well, hello. We are back. How'd you go?
Good. When I got up to the top of chapter 10, which is page 235.
Cool.
There's some really long chapters.
I am up to page 183.
Nice.
Yeah.
You did really well.
Apart from a neighbor and their kid standing outside my house while the kid was having an atomic meltdown, I didn't really get disturbed. I've got these bone conducting headphones, so my ears are out and all the rest of it. And I'm like, reading along and all the rest of it. What the hell is that noise? Because I've got someone talking in my ear. I couldn't quite, because I'm partially deaf. So I couldn't quite make out what it was. And I'm like, I don't want to stop the story. And I kept reading it. I hear it again. I'm like, what the hell is that? I went outside. There's this young kid, like, having an atomic meltdown, screaming at his mother, like up in her grill, screaming at her. And then when he didn't get his way, he started belting into himself and then belting into his mother, and like just fully frustrated with whatever was happening. And I'm just like, it's island time today. I'm not playing.
Yeah.
I walked inside. I'm like, I'm not playing. So I just came back in here and then moved my headphones over my ear so I couldn't hear it at all.
Yeah.
I'm being that neighbor today.
I was
not helpful at all.
We had a reasonably quiet kind of snuggle session. You can't really see him very well, but it's kind of the same color as my duvet cover.
You can sort of see him.
Yeah. Neo.
That's not River, no?
No, that's Neo.
Neo, yeah. Nope.
He's giving me the piss off mums.
Yeah, it was like, no, I'm not playing your game, lady.
He's like, nah. What are you? What? Why are you calling me?
So
Last time I did that, I fleed him.
So how are you finding it?
Now that we are out of, where were they? Sylvan originally, like out of Lily's dad. I'm loving it. It's just, it's like it's wrapping me around and like just this like sweet honeyness, and yet there's also some really big important topics that are happening kind of throughout this story as well. Yeah. And if I remember rightly from the movie, something is coming up that I'm not really looking forward to.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm liking it so far. So, yeah. I've got to sneeze. And you were going to say?
But, yeah, I'm kind of glad we're out of Sylvan.
Yeah.
And it's really nice, like, because I've seen the movie. Like I said, I'm picturing Koda Fanning and Queen Latifah, as August, and like you just imagine her like talking to you in that very very grounded, very smooth. It's I mean, it's different. Like, it's not a 5-star book,
no,
by any stretch of the imagination, but it's comforting.
It's a good It's a good book. It's another good book club one because of the themes that are in it. I like the fact that August is willing to give anybody a go, whereas June is quite closed off. And learning about why May gets so upset and everything like that is just like, didn't see that coming. Like, I thought, maybe an accident or something. Oh, okay. Unaliving myself, which is interesting because she said that August said her mother was Catholic and her father was Orthodox. That. So I'm surprised that they're so open about talking about it, because like in a Catholic household, like that's one of the sins that you could commit. I mean, you can't even get interred if you've.
I think August does kind of say something about the fact that like they are Catholic, but they're not at the same time.
Yeah. No, she said what she says, but her mother was Catholic, so they've sort of taken the best of the Catholic, which is what faith should be, taking taking what you want from a religion and putting your own spin on it.
Yeah,
I think that's a healthy way, instead of like it's more, I don't know, it's more inclusive that way.
Yeah,
I feel, if it's done that way. Whereas, if this is the only dogma that you have and this is the only way you can be, like, it's like, but yeah. There's lots of little bits and pieces and stuff in it that I'm really liking. That I'm up to the part where August is telling Lily about Big Mama's house, like when she used to stay at the house and all that sort of stuff. And she says she liked to tell everybody that women made the best beekeepers because they have a special ability built in to help them love creatures that sting. It comes on years of loving their children and their husbands. So I like that.
You're on page 183, right?
Yes, 183 I'm on. That was on page 178.
See, one of my favorite quotes, which is on page 183, is when there's talking about the color of the house. And August is like, well, this is the tackiest color I've ever seen, and we'll have half the town talking about us. But if it can lift May's heart like that, I guess she ought to live inside it. And then Lily's like, all this time I just figured you like pink. And then August is like, some things don't matter that much, Lily, like the color of a house. How big is it in the overall scheme of life? But lifting a person's heart, now that matters. The whole problem with people is yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
That was quite sound.
Yeah, because it is very sound advice. And I think that's quite key, because they touch the heart of the Black Madonna. Like, and so it's quite apt, and it fits in quite nicely. So yeah, and there was one section in here about where I think it was Lily talking to August again. And there's a lot of dialogue between those two about the Madonna being black, and her realizing that there was more in the world, and all these Madonnas could be hidden everywhere, and all that sort of stuff. So it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting, because it's like Sue Monk Kidd is trying to deconstruct her beliefs, because both books I have read have been centered around deconstruction almost. So because this is like, there's a lot, like, because they're praising her, I guess. And she's sort of, it's quite interesting, having read the other one as well. So I'm going to have a look and see what I think they're the only two books she's got out, isn't it?
I think so. She's got a couple of non-fictions out.
Yeah.
But I really do want to read that Book of Longings. Invention of Wings, but I think that's a non-fiction. The Mermaid Chair.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. The Mermaid Chair in 2005.
Yeah. Ooh, that's quite low for.
I'm not on Goodreads. I'm just looking up what she's got. She's got Where the Heart Waits, The Dance of the Dissident Daughter, Traveling with the Pomegranates. That is with her daughter, and her wrote that book. God's Joyful Surprise, First Sight. There's quite a few. Invention of Wings. So she had a pretty big break. Like she had almost a 9-year break between. I'm just having a look. So she's been writing. From what I can see, 87.
I'm reading some of these 1-star reviews for the movie here because I'm on Goodreads.
Yeah, 1-star reviews are freaking awesome.
So funny.
I love them.
You ready for this? Oh, this is a 2-star. Okay. This book is so corny it will pass straight through you undigested. That's it.
That's funny.
That's pretty good. I like that.
They're good. They're not too shabby. They are 1-star. Like there's some really witty people out there. Like it's a 4.1 on Goodreads. So like it's not as if it's a bad story. Like
what, the Mermaid Chair?
No, I know. I'm looking at the Secret Life of Bees. I just
got
into Goodreads.
Secret Life of Bees.
Yeah.
Mermaid Chair is 3.2.
But still, oh shit, that's had a lot of ratings. Bloody hell. She was raised in Georgia, and she graduated from Texas Christian University. That explains it in 1970.
It sounds like a lot of her books, like all of her books, are like have religious themes in them.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. I'm just having a look at what else she's got. She's got a fair bit. Like, I love that cover of the Mermaid Chair.
It is very pretty.
I
think I like the blue cover more than the yellow one. Personally.
Maybe. Interesting. Oh, well, I've got more books to look for from her now. So that's cool. But yeah, 1-star reviews are great to read. I love reading it. There's over 5,500 of them.
I'm
on that Mermaid Chair.
One of those videos where it's like people's 1-star reviews of my favorite books.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of doing that. Because I got to admit, like, some of my favorite books are a little bit removed from like everyday TikTok society.
Yeah. I like this one. It says here, I did not like this book. And then there's a space. That's not entirely accurate. I love the religious themes that ran through the book. I love the stories of growing up on an island. I love the mermaid aspect of the story. So why am I rating it? I did not like it. And then it just goes on. But it's like I did not like this book, but that's how I think it should have went.
They didn't read it to a positive sandwich. I think they tried to start a positive sandwich and was just like, bugger it, you can just have one part of the bun.
Yeah. I don't want to read anymore because I'll probably end up reading the book because I actually like her writing and just how it's definitely like the 2 books that I've read have been like a deconstruction almost. So yeah.
Yeah.
Of course you do, Koda.
Something just so comforting about this.
Koda says, I own Mermaid Chair. I'm like, of course you do. You've got a whole freaking library there. Religious mermaid? ? I don't think it's I don't know. It has religious themes through it. So let me have a look what it's about. Because by the time we get to it, or I get to it, I'll be old and senile and won't have when her first novel, Secret Life of Bees, was published in 2002. Mermaid Chair spent 24 weeks on the New York Times hardcover bestseller list. That's just about her. Where is the what it's about? Where is it?
Now in her luminous new novel, Kid has woven a transcendent tale that will thrill her legion of fans. telling the story of Jessie Sullivan, a love story between a woman and a monk, a woman and her husband, and ultimately a woman and her own soul. Kid charts a journey of awakening and self-discovery, illuminated with a brilliance that only a writer of her ability can conjure.
So, like, telling the story of just a love story between a woman and a monk, that's similar to the Thornbirds. That is an Australian author by Colleen McLeod something. I can't remember now, but that is a story of an Irish family that is set in the outback of New South Wales, and they become sheep farmers. And the Catholic priest comes to the. It's quite epic, and she has an innate ability of her description of that time, because it was in the early 1920s, I think it was around that era, or maybe before that it came. Sorry, my hair is getting larger by the second, as you can see. The sooner you won't be able to see me, because it's just, yeah. And basically that the Thornbirds, it's following a family, and there's a young girl, I think her name is Maggie. So they're Irish. They've come to the country. They've settled in the outback as a lot of Irish settlers did back then. But yeah, that's it. And
Koda.
Yeah, I just seen it pop up. I'm like, thanks, Koda. I appreciate that. Because I don't actually have the Thornbirds in a physical copy. I haven't found a physical copy that's been decent. Like, it's been really ratty, because it's forbidden love. So they come to I think it's actually their family's property, in if memory serves me correctly, because it's been a while since I read it. And the grandmother is quite well off and all that sort of stuff, and they're living essentially in squalor, and she's not a nice person and all that sort of stuff. Well, when she dies, the priest, or I think the priest, comes out to visit for one Sunday, because if you know the Australian outback, a lot of people couldn't get to church, so the priest would travel around, especially the Catholic priest.
Oh, okay.
That would travel around, and they would go from. So you didn't go to church necessarily every Sunday. You would go maybe once a month, when the priest or the minister or whatever denomination you were would come to town. And so they do a lot of property visits and stuff like that. So that's sort of steeped in a little bit of our history. But the way Colleen wrote after a person died, because we're talking no refrigeration, Australian outback, and it's like, she wrote no fly screens, and the heat. And it's like,
yeah.
And the way that she described, you could smell death. Like, you felt like you were smelling death, the way she described it. And it's like, it's an epic story. Like, it's it's a family drama, essentially, and his struggle with the priesthood and all the rest of it. And there's actually a miniseries that was created in the 80s for it as well. It was so loved. Like, I remember my grandmother reading that book, my mother reading that book. I eventually read that book. Everybody I knew had read that book back then. But this is the same sort of thing, like, you've got this story where they're sort of challenging the church in a way. So obviously that's why I've read the Thornbirds, because, like I said, give me a book where they're ripping the church apart and I'm all over it. I'm all over it like a rash, and it's probably going to be a really high rated one as well if it's done well. So, yeah. And this, I'm liking this. This is probably sitting at about a 4-star read for me as well.
Yeah. That's where it's sitting for me. It may be like a 4.25. Like, it really is. If it weren't for the beginning being quite boring, I would probably give this
I think sometimes that can be a strategy with some authors as well, especially around this. Like, you've got, it was a little bit slow, but I wouldn't say it was boring, because there was enough tidbits thrown in here and there to realize, you've got the civil rights
movement
act being signed, and all that sort of stuff. You've got Lily worrying for Rosalind that because they had heard of someone being killed for registering to vote in a town not too far away from them. It was like 2 hours away from them. And so you've got enough there to think, well, this is going to end badly. And then you've got that defiance from Rosalie of standing up for herself, and in the eyes of those douchebags, it was a defiance and all that sort of stuff. And her, no, I'm not apologizing. They were wrong, and and all that sort of stuff. And then you've got this little white girl that's essentially going, this is all wrong. Like, she's seeing that it's wrong, and this is not the way, and she's trying to help her friend. Although Rosalie did have a good point when she come back at it. And that at the side of the creek, and she's like, well, fuck yeah, I'm just going to go and cross the icy water over to the other side of the bank, and one's on one side, one's on the other. I'm like, so like when those sort of things were happening, I don't know, for me, that's just sort of setting up, like where I think the story was going to go and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So I didn't find it too boring. Slow, but not boring.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think I'm just so used to it, like, come on, quick.
Yeah, see,
I like it slow, but I'm really worried about where the crawdads sing, because I think that is going to be a relatively slow-paced book.
Have you got audio for that?
Nope.
It's on Borrow Box.
12-week wait.
It's on Borrow Box.
Not over here, it's not.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
I've read that one. I didn't see a lot of people. I don't know. I read it because everybody, like, it came into the headlines. I didn't know it existed until it came into the headlines. I thought, oh, I'll read it. For whatever reason, another author that's a douchebag or whatever the case may be. I thought it was a pretty good book, but
it's available now.
Yeah, there you go. Quickly borrow that shit.
Yes.
Quick, borrow.
No, when obviously some people have gotten through it really quick because it was like on hold for ages.
Yeah,
make things so much easier.
I didn't think it was slow, to be honest. I think the pacing of the book was what set the book up for how everything played out. I don't want to say too much, but anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you pretty much know what the gist of the story is because I watched your TBR video.
Yeah, she's like been accused of murdering some dude, but like she's actually supposedly actually innocent or something, and she's like setting out to prove that she's innocent or something along those lines. Anyway, that's kind of the gist that I got.
Yeah, there's some other stuff that happens.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff happens and stuff like that.
I mean, that's just kind of like at the back of the book, but yeah.
Yeah. I think you'll enjoy it. If you like this and you like Memory Daughters, whatever. The Memory Keeper's Daughter, that one. I don't know why I keep trying to twist that title around. I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
They're not fast-paced books. They're not action books. These are novels that you are supposed to immerse yourself in and, take your time with and all that sort of stuff. But the audio is really good for that one. I actually started listening to the audio before I actually got the physical book, and it was just that I was out and I seen the physical book for $2 that I grabbed it, and that's how I ended up with it. So,
yeah.
And
I have heard it's really good on Audible.
It is pretty good on audio. Like, I liked it, even though I read most of it with my eyeballs. And I went back a few chapters and listened to the audio when I got it, and I really enjoyed it both ways. So,
yeah,
that I thought it was
my plan for the rest of my TBR, because I've got lots of like what I'm calling slow books. Like, I've got True Blood, which is, even though it's short, it's like quite slow for me to read. And And then obviously I've got Crawdads, and then I've got that Alan Duff one, which luckily I've got an audio for so I can immersion read it. But then I've got like a few fantasies, and I've got a romance as well. So I'm just gonna like swap and change, just so I'm not doing it all heavy at once. And I can just like relax a bit. Like I went from Memory Keeper's Daughters to Sunrise on the Reaping to these.
Yeah.
And then I've got Cursebound, which I'll finish because that's due in like 4 days. And then I might go on to Crawdads from that.
I think you'll enjoy it. I was just trying to think what I've read. I have no idea what I've read. I'm in the middle of so many books at the moment. So I've read Memory Keepers.
Yeah.
What else have I read there? Oh, I finished Outlander this month. I've read Memory Keepers. I'm about to finish this. I finished Feather So Vicious or whatever it was. I'm sure I'm finished more books than that. I have no idea. I haven't been marking them off when I finish them. I just add them to my currently reading. So if anybody's on my Goodreads, there's just like 30 books that are currently reading. Oh, I finished off Women's Prize for Fiction stuff. So The Artist, I finished that this month. I have no what else to finish. Let me just have a look. It'll jog my memory. I've got 25 books I'm currently reading. I probably should go in and just, start right there. Okay, so I finished God Killer. I finished Somewhere Else. I finished Crooked Seeds and Memory Keepers, Outlander, The Artist, which is 6. Feather So Vicious, which is 7. And I'm going to finish this 8. I don't know. I'll probably do 12 books this month.
Apparently, I've already read 10.
This month? Yeah. I've slowed right down, so.
I've read Bridge to Terabithia, which I read on the first day.
Yeah.
And bawled my eyes out live on screen in my streams. Bury Your Gaze, The Guest List, which I remember like nothing of. Rat Queens, which was for Amy from A-Star Reads. For her TBR game, there's an audience part of it, and she said either we can randomize from our own TBR or randomize from her TBR. And I was like, she's like, it'd be really interesting to see if anyone will actually randomize from her TBR, because she's got like 1,800 books on the want to read. So I did. I was like, challenge accepted, and I got Rat Queens, which was a really cool graphic novel, like really funny. You would probably really enjoy it. Like female like group of like, I don't know, there's like humans and elves and dwarves and there's all sorts of things, but there's like it's really funny. They take the piss out of so much stuff. It's really good. And then
I don't gravitate towards graphic novels, but I'm always up for a challenge.
Fair enough. And then I read James and the Giant Peach, which was so fun because that was like it wasn't just a graphic audio. It was, I think they called it like a binaural audio, where like sometimes you'd hear it in that ear and sometimes you'd hear it in that ear, and it would kind of go all over the place. Yeah. And then obviously Memory Keeper, Sunrise. I listened to The Notebook, Nicholas Sparks, God Killer, and I've also listened to All Systems Red, which is the first murder bot.
Oh, okay. Yep. I haven't read any of those ones.
That was cute. That was very cute.
So I've had a slow start to the year in the way of reading, considering I'm like at a third of, even though I read all those books in March and into April, like I know that I read at least 12 in March. So yeah, I'm about 12 a month at this point. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
It's better than 30. It's better than 30 a month, because that's pretty much what it felt like I did last year.
1, 2.
And I think I only read 7 in January.
Yeah. After beads, I've got about 6 or 7 left on my TBR.
You should get them done. There's still like 2 weeks left, and who knows what I'm going to end up reading off. Like I'm part the way through Picnic at Hanging Rock. I'm part the way through Agent Zoe, which is a non-fiction, and I think I'm 40% through When the Harvest Comes, which is an arc. So nice. I've got about three books on the go, plus Bees at the moment, but I'll finish Bees today and then I'll just move on. Picnic at Hanging Rock, I'm reading that at night.
Nice.
Whenever, because I've read it before, so it's just a whenever book. It's just one I wanted to revisit this year. So
after Bees, like that's my Read the Beats TBR done.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
Then I can just chill out.
Yeah.
Editing it instead of the last minute like I always do.
Yeah, it gets like that, right?
Yeah.
A bit like me yesterday. Oh, dear me. All right, let's have a look and see who we've got here that's joined. We have a Tia. Hello. I need to make progress in the filling station. Also work on some social media posts. Nicely done. Hopefully you get a lot done. Sherry also joined, reading The Perfect Divorce by Genevieve Rose. Cool. Sounds like a romance. From the divorce comes a romance, no doubt. So yeah. Glenda saying hello, and Kathy got a lot of tidying done and made Manu-ish a
Zatar.
Yeah, Sitar breakfast dish, and other items for the week. Nice.
Meal prep. Loved meal prep.
Menu-ish. Manna-ish. Yeah. Cool. Hello. Took a beautiful nap. How are you, Koda? I want to know what that is now.
Hold, please, while we discover new food.
That's right. Don't you forget it.
Food is very important.
Oh, Lebanese food. Okay, yep. Cool. Oh, nice. Yum. Can I come to your place? It is Lebanese. Have I got the right spelling? Let me have a look. No, I don't. That's Marrakesh. That's wrong.
Yum. Oh, yeah, mine's coming up with Lebanese flatbread as well.
Yeah, it is Lebanese bread. It's Lebanese food, yeah. Zatar Marrakesh is got in there. So it's MANAKEESH is what keeps coming up. But that looks good.
It does look good.
Mediterranean flatbread made with a simple dough and topped with Ollie-based za'atar spread. Nice. You probably tried this at Lebanese restaurants, Mediterranean bakeries, and if you're lucky, from a relative's kitchen. Yeah. I don't think I've had it. I could have. Who knows? I've eaten lots of stuff in my life, but didn't know what it was called. But there you go. That looks good. Tasty. Need to make that now. Oh, have I frozen? Oh no, I'm back. There we go. I'm back. I was freezing a bit. I don't know what's going on there. Obviously, that website's drawing on my internet. Hey to Koda, how was your nap? I could do in that. I had some Greek yogurt and coconut and chia muesli. It's good. Very tasty. Made it to chapter 8, page 57. Nice. Hello to Koda from Paul. The reading red is here. Hello. How are you? Thanks for joining. Looking forward to catching up with you.
Yes. So excited.
It is exciting. I still didn't look at airfares. I really need to do that. Made it to page 195 in The Perfect Divorce by Genevieve. Rose says Sherry. Christina's also joined us as well. Hello. Went to the dentist today. Still a bit loopy. Ooh. Yeah.
That'll happen at the dentist.
Remember to hydrate, a snack, check the laundry, and do all the other things. But most importantly, subscribe to both our channels. That way you can snacking. Is your hair longer or is it? No, my hair is a lot longer than what it was this time last year. This time last year, it was sitting about here. So that's all my growth in a year. And I've had it cut 3 times in the last year as well. It's probably bigger than you're used to seeing.
Humidity.
Well, it's not even the humidity. I have a lot of hair. You normally see my hair straightened. I straighten my hair down too. And
it looks lovely like that though.
Oh, I hate it. It's like
we all hate our hair.
It feels like it's attacking me. And if you notice, it's actually a different color too. That it's not as grey. So yeah, it's you can see around, like when I pull it up this way, you can see all the grey. But all through here, it's a different color. That so multicolored. I'm gonna say, but yeah, it's getting larger by the minute. I think it's like, yeah. And like I can't sleep with my hair down. If I go to bed with my hair down, I wake up like I'm being suffocated by my hair. And I can't do it.
If you're strangled.
Yeah, I can't do it. Just can't do it. Hello to Christina. It looks good. Thank you. I actually haven't done anything to it. I washed it and brushed it, and that was it. So thank you. It's au naturel. It's woofy. Savannah's the same. Like her hair, if there's humidity or it's going to rain, it starts growing exponentially. It gets curly. It's just like hair, trying to put it down and train it and all the things, but it's just unruly. What can I say? Hello to Cherie from Christina and Glenda. Finished 2 chapters in Maps of Spectacular Bodies. The audiobook is good so far. The sections from the disease perspective are a bit different.
Okay. Different in a good way?
Is that, yeah, I was just going to say, good different, or, oh my God, what am I listening to different? Because I feel like you'd get a bit of that from a disease point of view. Thank you. Chris is also here. Hello, Chris. How are you? Okay, so hi. I've been here since the last sprint, and I was actually reading for the first time in a while. Nice. You love to hear it. And finished it. Yay. Even though I only ended up being 2 stars. It's a finished book. Right?
Yeah.
You know, and
that's an accomplishment.
Yep, that's it. Regardless of whether
especially if it's that low of a rating, then it's like you did it.
That's it. And yeah, you need to go to sleep because it's 5 a.m. Like
it's usually when people are waking up.
Hopefully, like I'm just getting up at that hour. But anyway, Glenda says hello to Chris. Koda owns Bees, Mermaid Chair, and the Book of Longings. Religious mermaids. That'd be interesting. Mermaid Chair is one I have for you. Oh. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. Well, I won't worry about looking for that one then. Thank you. Excuse me. Ooh, I have the Thornbirds too. It's a good book. I enjoyed it. I read it when I was younger, and I read it, I think it was about maybe 4 years ago, I revisited it.
Mm.
The first time round I read it with my eyeballs, and it's not a small book. It's a chunky ass book that I think it's about 600 pages maybe. I mean, I can't remember exactly, but the next time around I had it on my Kindle, and that was around the time I was getting into audio. And I seen that I could get it on audio, and I got it on I think I got it on BorrowBox. No, it wasn't BorrowBox I got it from. I think it was on Everand.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'll keep an eye out. The miniseries was super popular when it came out. Yeah, ages ago. Yeah, it was in the 80s when it came out. Because it has Brian Brown's wife in it. Rachel, she plays the main female character. I can't think of her. Obviously Rachel Brown, but she didn't go by that. So Brian Brown from Cocktail with what's his name? Tom Cruise. So yeah, his wife was in it. So they are from New Zealand. She's from New Zealand.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's from New Zealand. Brian Brown's from New Zealand, isn't he?
Who are you saying? Brian Brown.
Yeah, Brian Brown. Oh, he's an Australian actor, but I think Rachel Ward, that's who I was thinking of. I'm pretty sure she's
God, what's he been on?
Everything. It's been in a lot. Or maybe they lived in New Zealand. Because she's from Cornwall.
Mm.
So maybe they lived in New Zealand. But he's been in everything. He's been in a lot of stuff. He was maybe he was in Thornbirds too, because Thornbirds is coming up. He was in there. Oh, yeah, he was. That must have been where they met.
83.
Yeah, 83. So yeah, so there you go. So he's been in that. He has also been in Cocktail. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in FX. There's a whole slew. Like, he's been in heaps.
Wow.
He was also in Australia, the movie Australia with Nicole Kidman. He's been in Red Dog. He was in Taipan, Two Hands,
Gods of Egypt.
Yeah.
He was in Peter Rabbit, Mr. Rabbit.
He was also in Gorillas in the Mist. He was also in a TV show that that was made here, called Bloom.
Right.
That was bizarre. That it was good, but bizarre. No, so yeah. He was in Alice, A Town Like Alice as well. The Boy Swallowed the Universe, which is what's his name? Trent Dalton book.
Yes, that'll be why I've heard that. I was looking at that going, heard that name before.
Yeah, so he's been in a lot of stuff. I actually like him as an actor. He's pretty good. He's quite versatile as an actor. Like, he's really good.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Like, but yeah. I didn't realise he was in Thornbirds though. He must have been bloody young in that. Jesus. I'm pretty sure it was her that was in it. Rachel Ward was his spouse. I'm pretty sure she was in Thornbirds.
He was years active, 72. He was born in 47.
Yeah, so he wasn't that young.
No.
I always thought Rachel Ward was stunning. Like, yeah, she was in the Thornbirds as well. So yeah, And she was nominated from that for Golden Globe, Best Actress.
Nice.
She was also in...
she was also in Peter Rabbit.
What was that, sorry?
She was also in Peter Rabbit as Josephine Rabbit. Interesting. What were we saying? She was also in where?
She was also in the remake of Against All Odds with Jeff Bridges. And after filming Fortress in 1985, she disappeared from film for a few years to study acting. Okay. So already after you've got all the accolades, then you go and study it? That sounds pretty Aussie to me. That doesn't sound very English.
Do it first, learn it later.
Yeah, just do it first. So she...
Tell me right, mate.
Yeah. Fully. It's a bit like that. She's got quite the acting roles, and she's done theatre and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah. And it looks like that she was in a lot of directing roles as well.
Yeah, she was in a few.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Dead men don't wear plaid. I hope not. God. Anyway, we've just gone off on a little tangent there. Anyway, I have that one too. Aaliyah says, I love Where the Crawdads Sing. Where the Crawdads Sing and Daisy Jones and the Six got me out of a slump in 2020, says Aaliyah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I can see that. Like, Daisy, have you read Daisy Jones? Did you end up reading it? No?
No. I started the audiobook and things just got really busy and stuff like that, and I couldn't concentrate.
Yeah.
And, like, even though it's, like, interview format, like, the talking didn't sound interview format. It sounded very narrated and very structured, and, like, I just didn't click with it at that point. So it's kind of like a soft DNF.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because sometimes those interview format ones are hard to get into. But it's really good. I really just think Fleetwood Mac the whole time you're reading it.
Okay.
And you'll breeze through it. It's very, like, I found, and as it turns out, if you go and watch interviews from when she wrote it and all the rest of it, she was listening to the album Rumours. While writing that book. So I watched several interviews. I read and watched it. Yeah, it's definitely had an influence on it. So it's really good though. And then once you've read that, then go and watch the miniseries, because Reese Witherspoon produced it and done a fabulous job. Like, I was quite surprised my partner sat there and watched the whole thing. And he was like, this is good. And I'm like, I know. That's because I picked it.
Of course.
No, I'm not even joking on that. Anytime he picks stuff, I'm like, and he goes, oh, that was shit. And I'm like, And then I'll pick something and he'll go, oh, do you think that's really good? And I'm like, yeah, because I picked it. You suck at picking. And if you're watching, Brendan, you know you do. So yeah. Got to page 91 in we'll always have summer. Nice. I've got 6 short books and a manga to read today, and I'm still scrolling. Hey, don't worry about it. So we're supposed to be reading and, hosting sprints. What are we doing? Looking up actresses and actors.
Just going on tangents.
So yeah, because we're on island time here today, Ren.
Yeah. Just FYI.
Yeah. Melissa's also joined us as well. So it's anything goes on island time for those that don't know, and time just moves at a different level. So if you've got to be somewhere at 10 o'clock, expect to be there 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Because on island time, there is no time. No. So yeah. Finally able to join in. Well, we're glad you're here. Thanks for joining. And hello to Melissa from Glenda. And also Charles has dropped in. Hi, Koda, Glenda, Nicole, and Jess. Hello. How are you, Cud? Thanks for being here. And with that, we have got to the end of the comments. See? All in good time. We got there.
Yeah.
Let me take that down and add the next one up. And you hanging around, Jess, or you got to go? Or
yep. No,
you hanging around?
Yep.
Cool. No worries. All right, so let's start the timer, and we'll see you.
Or not. It will be another story, but
well, if you don't come back, we know you're having a cat nap.
Yes, exactly.
With the cat.
Neo will be on top of me.
No worries. All right, we'll see everybody else. What was that? Oh, so sorry. Aaliyah's just we'll always have summer. Just mentioned my home state where I was born and raised. Nice. And still live. West Virginia. Nice. You all talk so much. I'm going to Barnes. I'll bite me, Koda.
That's nothing compared to what Koda. If anyone is new, this is nothing compared to Koda sprints, okay? It's gotten to the point where they have to put a disclaimer in the description because it does get very chatty.
It does, yeah. Oh, no. And if you don't like that, just keep moving on. Hey, we're talking about the book and the themes and all the stuff. And we ended up looking up actors and actresses because we were talking about a book that one of the actresses was in a miniseries. So there you go. Oh, my God. Christina, go to sleep. Happy scream.
You need to screenshot
that. Yeah, Christina, I think you need to go to sleep. The meds might be kicking in. Yeah, same. I think you might be a little bit delulu.
I think it's sleepy time for you, Christina.
Yeah. The meds have definitely kicked in. Oh, they're closed at 8. Oh, well. Oh, dear me. All right, so let's start the timer, and we'll see you on the other side of 90, everybody. Happy reading. Oh,
No.
okay.
Good. I got to page 300. 74 more pages to go.
I am currently sitting on the beginning of chapter 12. That's why I was a couple of seconds late. I had a paragraph to go. So, so I'm at 287. I'm catching you fast.
You are catching me fast. So you know what happened with me.
Yes, I know what happened to me. Oh, very sad.
Yeah.
But it was also blatantly obvious too that that's what was going to happen. I will say that.
Yeah.
That, like, as soon as I read the paragraphs that they decided not to tell her, I'm like, yeah, this is not going to end good. I didn't know how it was going to go, but yeah, didn't end well.
No, it didn't. I was just like, oh.
But I like their visual that they do and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's really nice how they do that.
Yeah, it's a nice closure and all the rest of it. I'm glad that she wrote in here where they were doing the honey cakes around the like when they were feeding each other, like they were almost doing like Mary's Ascension or whatever it was. They were saying. I like how she put in there if I don't know how the Catholic Church would respond to this. But I'm like, I can tell you right now, not real well.
The thing about the exorcism, that was funny.
Yeah. I was like, and where June finally came around to I don't even know how many pages I read. I know it was a shit ton, but anyway, where August and Lily were coming back from wherever they were, and May and Rosalind were jumping around like water.
That was cute.
Yeah, and then when June came out and started wrestling with Lily for the hose, and they finally, and the fact that they're now friends, like, if I was sitting here reading it, pissing myself laughing, going, that's so funny. That, like, can you just imagine a grown-ass woman fighting with a 14-year-old over a sprinkler? Like, that just played out so well. So it was quite funny.
That was really good.
Yeah. And what happened to Zach too, how it's changed. Like, I guess like it could have gone, the other way where he would, because he says he's so angry and all that sort of stuff, but he's going to channel that anger into making himself and into the best lawyer. And we just finished off with, I just finished off with a kissed. And and he's making a promise that he'll come back to find her. That, but what amazes me, how quick she is, like, pathological liar or what? Like, basically, I asked a question, she's got a whole story laid out. And then, and how Rosaline responded to her, what, you think you're the only one that can lie? So, there's a lot of funny moments in it. So
there are, and it kind of breaks up those sad moments.
Yeah.
Mind you, there aren't a lot of sad moments. There's a lot of moments that give you like reason to pause and think and just mull it over.
Yeah.
More than sad. There are a couple of sad moments, but there's a lot of thinking.
I mean, it was pretty interesting the way that she took herself out. That would be like, when I was reading that, I'm like, oh, that's hectic.
Yeah.
Like, because that's not instant.
That takes dedication.
Yeah, that's like,
and that would have to be a bloody heavy rock. I mean,
fully. Yeah. But yeah, it was just like, that was like, she meant business, like, to do that, because you're aware.
Yeah.
That they do say that going that way is like going to sleep, but I mean, how does anybody actually know? Because you're here talking to me.
I would say it would be like really painful. I would say, because you've got like, okay, anyone that doesn't want spoilers, mute now, and I'll go like that when I'm finished. But
I think we've got a spoiler banner. Hang on. No, we don't. Okay.
We're about to, maybe. Because, yeah, this is like a major spoiler. Also a major trigger warning.
Yeah, and if, for those that are wondering, we're reading The Secret Life of Bees. Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, like, for me to commit suicide by, like, drowning and, like, put a rock on your chest, like, she would, because her mouth was open, she, like, the water rushing in would have been really painful, like, going into her lungs. Because, like, physiologically, like, her body would have been trying to work that out, and with it still coming in for that would have been painful.
Yeah, I agree. Like that's dedication,
course, like,
to the act. Like,
yeah, and you're gonna work to save yourself physiologically. Your body is just gonna
your body's going to just respond naturally. So
yeah, exactly,
because there's no other way for it, because it's that, you know, fight or flight sort of thing, you know, like it's fight. Our body is designed to live, and fight against death and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, like it was quite interesting that was done, and I'm glad that they found the suicide note as well, because it's now changed. It is, even though that act is devastating and all the rest of it, her being such an empath, because that's what she is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she just can't cope. She couldn't cope with all of the devastation. You know, like this is a person that has their own wailing wall.
Yeah.
That,
and she bloody built it herself.
Yeah, like it's a wailing wall that she goes to, and when she feels devastation by the things that are around her, she goes and adds things in, and we get little snippets of that throughout the book. And you know, but at the same time, I loved how, because Zach was going to blame himself for it, and I liked the fact that her own sister said, no, May did it, you didn't. That, like, she took that responsibility away from him, which was really good, because at the end of the day, no one actually does it to anybody. They do it to themselves.
Exactly.
So yeah, but when I read that, I'm like, oh fuck, that's dedication. So yeah.
And luckily I actually, as like, I guess B-roll or whatever you call it, I filmed that whole part of it.
Yeah.
Because I got to the top of, I think, chapter 10 or 11 or wherever it was, and I'm like, okay, I have a feeling I need to like press record.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So that was, but like, whoa.
Look at you go and being the content creator, and look at me over here, I'm just reading.
I haven't done any updates for, or like wrap ups for Memory Keeper's Daughter. I haven't done anything, spoiler alert for Read the Beats, but I haven't done anything for Sunrise on the Reaping. I think I've updated it once. And I haven't done any update whatsoever for Secret Life of Bees. I'm just going to have to cut.
Well, at least you're at the update stage. I'm not even at the introduction stage of any of those books.
I think I'm just going to finish this and go, so I totally forgot to update you.
Yeah.
But here's my thoughts.
But I at the same time, I also did 16 videos last month. So, you know, I think I'm good for a bit.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Yeah. And, you know, most of my updates have been on live streaming. So, yeah. Do you really need a video? Like, you've got one.
Exactly.
You go. just watch back the sprints. I might actually go back and change Memory Keeper's Daughter Thoughts. Secret Life of Bees.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it was really well done, and I like the fact that they do the visual as well. Like, and because you've got Lily, essentially is 14 and has no flipping idea about life or how other cultures work or anything like that, and you know, she's asking questions, so she's learning, and we're learning through her eyes, which is really fantastic. Like, it's not a coming of age story though. Like, don't think for one moment it's a coming of age story, because it's not.
It's like a philosophical book, kind of. with the overlay of a slice of life.
Yeah. Because essentially we've only been at the farm, the bee farm, for
a month,
a little maybe over a month now. Yeah, about 6 weeks now, I think it is.
Yeah.
So it's and it's her understanding the world around her between the two, like the contrast, and her also accepting it for what it is.
Yeah.
And understanding that it's not right and all that sort of stuff. And and like the police officer, I just wanted to punch him in the face.
Yeah, that was, I was going to mention that. Like
and the way, and the way she wrote it pat me on the head like I'm some, we're in some sort of
kindergarten.
You condescending prick, you can just fuck right off.
I almost hope he does come back.
I don't know. I hope he doesn't. But even Rosalie seems to be like finding her place as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, like she's.
I think April, not April. Why am I calling her April now? Oh no! It's like I called David Henry.
Well, I feel like I can see that, because like why you'd call it April, because her and May's relationship almost was starting to heal. May, like she wasn't singing as Susanna that often, and she was still going out to the Wailing Wall, but not as often. Like she was handling stuff. And I think that Rosalie sort of helped fill that gap. For those that don't know, like May was actually a twin, and April, her sister, unalived herself when she was 15 because she couldn't deal with the segregation of her life, being in the 1950s, I think it was when she did it, wasn't it? 40s or something. Because she was 15, and these women are now in their 30s and 40s. So
it must have been 40s.
Yeah.
Then they didn't really give a year, did they?
No, but I was sort of just backtracking a little bit on that, like given the ages and stuff. So so the catalyst for her was going to get an ice cream. While she was able to get an ice cream, she just wasn't allowed to eat it in the ice cream parlor. And of course, being strong-willed and whatnot, it didn't go well. And it was just, she basically, her innocence was stolen, is what I got from that. Like she was, prior to that, life was good and everything, and then she realized the harshness of what her life was going to be, and with the segregation and all that sort of stuff. So it's quite interesting how it's been written. And and I feel like May was starting to feel a bit complete with Rosaline there, because I feel
really good.
Yeah, I feel in a way like Rosaline has been, her maturity has been stunted. As Lily said, she comes across as simple, not simple as in, learning disability, just simple in personality and stuff like that. And I think that's what May needed.
It's almost like her growth, or her mental growth, like stopped when April died.
Yes, yeah. And I think
she's still a teenager.
And Rosalie essentially is still very much that way herself. So I think that Rosalie sort of filled that void for May, and that, but I mean, still the outcome was pretty bad. And now, like Rosalie is, missing her and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know where that's going to go, but it's just, I'm really liking this. I don't think it's a 4-star read, to be honest. I think it's higher. I think it's a 4.5.
I'm still sitting at the 4.25.
Okay.
Feels right to me. Yeah.
It depends how it ends, I guess.
Yeah.
What did you say? You've still got 74 pages to go?
74, yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I'll finish it in the stream, but I will finish it.
No, well, I'm probably only going to do a half an hour stream anyway.
Yep.
So
Sounds
because
good.
it's almost 3:00 here. I do have other stuff I've got to do too.
Dang.
Like, life and all the things. Oh, that's so.
It's not a secret life of bees.
That's all right. I'm going to tell you the secret life of Nicole. It's not very secret. What you see is what you get. So yeah. It's all right. Have a look and see who joined us during this sprint. Where are we up to? This is where we're up to. Aaliyah says my last reads were Court of Ravens and Ruin, The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. Read that, and The Housemaid's Secret, and I've read that. Look at me go, reading 2 out of 3. That's not too bad.
Nice.
You happy with that?
I haven't read any of those.
Well, The Ashes of the Star-Cursed King I only did in December. I read that duology.
Yeah, that's Crowns of Nyaxia, right?
Yeah. But there's a whole series set in that world, but they're duologies. So I've completed that part of it. And also I'll wait till the next one comes out and then I'll read those 2 back to back because they're sort of books that you need to read back to back, not have a big gap in. So Alicia joined us. Hello, just joining, reading Enchantra, Pages, and Amulet. Number 9. What's GN stand for? Good night. Hello and good night. I don't know.
Graphic novel, I guess.
Maybe. Yep. Well, we'll go with that. That sounds better.
I just got Enchanted yesterday.
Okay, cool.
Audible.
Is that on KU?
Not sure. Must be because Brooklyn got it on KU.
Ah, cool. Yeah. Because I think I've got. Yeah, it is. It's on Kindle Unlimited.
Nice. $0.
$0, which means that I'll probably be able to get the audio for $3.50.
Nice.
So that's what I tend to do with my KUs. I get the audio for $3.50 and I save myself $10.
Perfect.
Right, so yeah. It is because a lot of the time I get right into some of those stories and then I have to put them down, and it pisses me off that I've got to put it down when I'm out there. Just there's no one around me and I could listen to a story while I'm sewing and stuff. Leslie joined us during that sprint as well, playing a board game. So I'll be stepping away but leaving the stream up. Happy sprinting. Well, thank you. Sadia is also here as well. Hello, Sadia. And just saying hello. Oh my God, did you actually have your trailers attached to your car, or are you just dragging that down the road? Oh, don't laugh. I've seen it happen. The other week when I went for a morning walk, this 4-wheel drive turned around the corner to go to the school. And then I've got my headphones on, my noise cancelling headphones. And basically I hear this almighty bang and grabbing of like dragging of something. I turn around, here's this guy around the corner. His trailer's gone one way, dragging on. Luckily he had the chain on because otherwise it would have ended up in someone's yard, possibly in their house. And I'm across the road pissing myself laughing. I thought it was he's got out and he's just like stood there and you could just see the whole just played out of him. His kids got out, just shook his head and walked off and went to school and left his dad there, and I'm across the road laughing.
Sure, so I can't be bothered with us.
Yeah, I was no help either. So I just shook my head and I'm like, yeah, someone did that half asleep.
I would have just looked at that and kept walking, going.
Well, I pretty much did. I just started laughing. I thought it was hilarious and kept walking and just walked home. Like, your day's starting off shit. Mine's great because I got some entertainment on my walk today.
Yeah.
Frank is here. Oh my God, this bloody fan. Hair in my mouth. How are you today? Good morning, everyone, here in Belgium. Nice. Everybody's saying hello. We're reading Secret Life of Bees. Almost finished. I've only got, I think, about 80 pages to go. Still under. 13.
God, you'll probably
87 pages to go.
You'll probably be past me. Because
Possibly.
you're immersion reading, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll probably be past me at the end of the next sprint.
Maybe not. I don't know where I started from. Where was I? I think I was...
You started on chapter 4.
Yeah, but what did I start on the last sprint? I was up to 9 or 10 or something, wasn't I? 8.
Can't remember.
And I've just read 4
averaging
chapters.
about, like, for the 1.5 hour sprints, I'm averaging about 2 chapters.
Yeah.
Because they're long chapters.
I didn't really notice. I suppose they are pretty long.
That first one was 41 pages.
Yeah, it was too. It was pretty long, eh? I was up to page 83, 183.
Oh, yeah.
I was up to. And so I read 104 pages. Yeah, so I'll be, but that was in an hour and a half. We're only doing a 30-minute. So maybe not. And I'm not going to speed it up anymore than what it is. Like, not that it's really fast. I don't know what it's on, actually, because I had it set so it increases as you're reading.
Oh,
okay. And it gets faster.
Oh.
And then it gets to a certain point and stops. So I'm reading a fly. Oops, sorry. Let's just go back here. I'm reading Amari and the Night Brothers. Good book. Love it. Have you read it? Yeah, it's good. Hey.
Yeah. It's going to be in a blog.
It is cool. Oh, you've only just recently read it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing a booktubers recommend me books vlog. I've just got 2 other booktubers to find.
Cool. I've got to read a Kate Morton book because Mel mentioned me in a video to read it, and I haven't had a chance to read it, so I might actually pull that up over the weekend.
That's what prompted me to do this vlog.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's because Mel recommended Amari and the Night Brothers.
Okay, cool.
And I'm like, well, I'll just use her for that one. And then
here you go. I'll recommend you one.
I've already got your one.
Oh, did you? What was that?
Yeah. I did Dictionary of Lost Words.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I can recommend you another one. I got shit ton of recommendations.
And then I've done Meredith.
Oh, yep, cool. Oh, yeah, that's right. You asked me ages ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I remember. It's very slowly coming along.
Yeah, that's all good.
It's kind of just like when I can fit them in.
Because what did you read Dictionary?
Books. Yes.
You've read, yeah. What did you think? You're not going to tell me.
You'll have to wait for the vlog to come out.
Damn it.
I'm not giving you spoilers on that one.
Well, if you get stuck, hang on, let me just grab it. Oh. If you get stuck for a book to read, Ninth Child.
Okay.
How cool is that cover?
That is a very cool cover. Is it purple?
Yes, it is purple. It is very purple.
I need a purple cover.
So this one is Isabel Arid is it's historical fiction. And it's set at Loch Katrine Waterworks in 1856, a highland wilderness, vast becoming an industrial wasteland. No place for a lady.
Oh.
So,
Sally Magnuson?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So Isabel is aghast when her husband is appointed doctor to an extraordinary waterworks being built miles from the city, but Isabel denied the motherhood role that is expected of her by a succession of miscarriages, finds unexpected consolations in a place where she can feel the presence of her unborn children and begin to work out what her life is for in Victorian society.
Oh, wow.
The hills echo with gunpowder blasts of hundreds of people tunneling day and night to bring clean water to diseased Glasgow, 30 miles away. And it's got a little bit of folklore and all that sort of stuff in it. So yeah, it's not an overly long book, but I really liked it. I thought it was a good book. I was quite taken with it. It has 321, but it was centered around the construction of the waterworks because cholera and all that sort of stuff was killing people. They originally thought it was from the air, then they worked out that it was from the water, and that's why they were building the waterworks and all that sort of stuff. And
no, not ninth.
Well, you could go with Nantes, but you're going to get a whole different book. So yeah,
I got
there's a little bit of folklore and all that sort of stuff in it, but it was a pretty good book. I enjoyed it. It's something different. So yeah. Okay, but if you need a purple book, there's a purple book.
I've just remembered that I have actually read a purple book this year, being The Colour Purple, but I cannot actually remember it because, again, I think I was just in a bit of a hectic place and I didn't appreciate really what it actually was. So I want to read it again, but I want to try and immerse and read it.
Yeah. It is a hard book to read because of the way it is written. You're talking about The Colour Purple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is hard to read that way because of the way it's written in her vernacular. So it's really hard to read. The audio does help with it.
Right.
So, yeah, because it'll help you hear the language as opposed to just reading the language. And sometimes that's a little bit better on that.
Same with a lot of cultural books. I mentioned in the same vlog, I read The Yield by Tara June Winch, I think. And that had a lot of Aboriginal language in it. But it was broken down so you understood how to say the word and then the meaning of it was really good. But yeah, again, that was just one where I was like, oh, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And I think I read it at the wrong time, but I did really enjoy that one.
But at the same time, if it's a language that you're not used to hearing or a vernacular that you don't hear on a regular basis, it is hard to wrap your head. It's the same as fantasy books with all their made up bloody words and all the rest of it. Sometimes you can get stuck on a word. You're and in your head, you pronounce it 500 different ways. And then you get the audio and it's nothing like what you thought it was.
Real life is hard enough, let alone audio, let alone fantasy.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, I'm flat out just getting the author's name and then you got to throw all this other shit in there. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about it. Yeah, and it makes me not want to talk about the books because I get hung up on that. So if I, sometimes I'll go and, try and find a book and sometimes you can't get them, but I still read them, but I'd rather have, where they've got a ton of awkward words and made up words and made up worlds and all that sort of stuff. It's just just give me something that I can hear so I know what it says. Because my brain, it's like my brain buffers.
Yeah.
It sees that and then I get stuck there.
Yeah.
So it's easier if I've got the audio because then I can just move on from that word. Oh, well, that was ridiculous. No, I would not have got that from that word.
Yeah.
Because they've put some spin on it or whatever. Jess has also joined us as well. Hello, Jess. How are you today? The Cloud Library Player doesn't show percentages, but I got into chapter 4 in my book. Nice. Still not totally convinced about the bits from the disease perspective, but otherwise still a good book. That's fair enough. Missed the last chatty bit, but got an hour of cleaning the garage out done. Nice. That's nice and productive. That's always good. I actually was looking at my bathroom and I'm like, I've got to get a hard bristle brush. I'm like, because we've got a mold problem. They never sealed it properly and all that sort of stuff. And I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I've just got to get in here. So I'm going to go and get a hard bristle broom and just basically hazmat it up and put on a mask and get a white outfit and we'll get in there and scrub the shit out of it. And then I don't know, I was actually thinking of getting a high pressure washer,
right,
and putting bleach in it. That'll get rid of it.
Yeah,
kill it. It might take the
hopefully
walls out too.
take all the grout out at the same time, but
well, it's not in the tiles. It's not actually in the tiles. It's actually on the wall. So they've put paint down on the wall, but haven't treated the walls properly. Because here in Queensland, you've got to put mold retardant paints or undercoat on your walls to stop the mold from. Because we in summer we're raining all the time, so that's when your mold grows. I mean, when we get below zero, it doesn't. But so what happens is you don't see it happening until it's out, and then once it's out through the paint, you got to do the whole thing. So, and you can see and hardwood actually, wherever there's hardwood, this house is built with hardwood, and that's so wherever the hardwood beam is, you can actually, I don't even need a stud finder. Let's put it that way. I can walk in and know exactly where there's a stud because there's a 2x4 line.
It's a line of mold.
Yes, there's a strip of no mold. So I've got to get in there and scrub the shit out of it. I was hoping that I could pay someone to come and do it, but no one drives this far to do it. So
and there's nobody in Kingaroy?
No one in Kingaroy does it. So no one wants the job, and I'm like, damn it. So I'm just going to hazmat it up and do it. And it's starting to piss me off. So I've got to get in there and get it done because I've got the paint and everything here ready to go. I've just got to treat the walls. Then I'm going to douse it with oil of clove because that's a mold retardant as well. I'm just going to wipe the walls down with that, let that dry, wipe it down again, let it dry, sleep in. Because short of that, it's ripped the whole bathroom out.
Yeah, so, you don't do that. Anyone from Kingaroy, there's a business opportunity for you right here.
Yeah. Electrolux, is it Electrodry, sorry. Electrolux, that's the vacuum cleaner we were reading about the other day. Electrodry is a company that in Toowoomba, and they do mold removal and all that stuff, but they won't drive here. It's only 2.5 hours. I'm willing to pay for their fuel.
Yeah.
Won't do it. On that, and I'm like, well, when the recession comes and you're screaming for work, you can kiss my lily white ass because I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Read 91 pages. Got to page 376 of 432. Nicely done. Leah got to 147 of 291. Nice. Everybody's making good productivity today. Hey, Jess from Glenda put Christina to bed, says Charles, with some sleepy pain meds. Probably won't hear from her until tomorrow. Have a good night. Nicely done. She needs to go to bed. As much as she likes to play on the internet, sometimes you just got to take it and put it to bed.
Especially when she can't type in English anymore.
Yeah, like when she's that I don't even know what that was, but anyway, it was something. Chris is trying to finish Heartland. Hello again, and Nicole, Jess, Glenda, Brooklyn, Koda, all the people. There's a lot there. Brooklyn's got it twice, and Pepper.
Brooklyn, my gosh. You're trying to suck up to Brooklyn, Chris.
Maybe, must be doing something. Spoilers banner's up. Yeah, no, it's gone now. So, yep, that's gone. Got to page 85 of the Hollow Half. Nice. I've been eyeing to read Secret Life of Bees one day. It's good. I'm enjoying it.
It is good. It's an easy enough book to read where you could smash it out in a couple of days, but it leaves enough for you. Or
you could smash it out today because I started it this morning.
True.
Yeah. So yeah. And I probably will finish it today for sure because I want to read that tomorrow. So yeah. I'm eating. I was going to say editing. I'm eating a leftover pizza and watching from. Where are you watching from?
That
and watching from. It's the TV show From. That's right. There is a t-shirt.
I
forgot about that.
There was one word in the book that I was reading. I think it was during the last sprint. And it was about like the six-legged things and how she was talking to Zach. And I was like, wait, what? And I'm like, oh wait, it's not that. It's actually
that she was dreaming or something, wasn't she? She was wasn't that when she was dreaming or something?
I think she was telling Zach about the dreams.
Yeah. Oh, that.
And I was like, oh wait, no, read properly.
Koda says spoilers and synopsis reading. Where am I? I know, right?
Welcome to
and I didn't read the full synopsis either, so
we don't even have a nickname. Welcome to a Nicole and Jess Kiwi sprint.
Where we actually talk about books to make JH10 happy.
Yeah. So one day a week.
Yeah, one day a week. That's all you're getting. Have you read Simple Prayers by Michael Golden, Jessica?
No.
That would be one of my recommendations. There you go. Jamie's a booktuber. There you go.
Yeah. What's it about?
You've got your computer there. Look it up.
Yeah. Simple Prayers by who?
Michael Golding.
Oh, it's on archive.com.
Okay.
Weird that Goodreads isn't coming up.
Oh. What's it about?
Interesting. This mesmerizing narrative. Oh my god. This mesmerizing narrative, iridescent with the colors of medieval Italy, is steeped in both authentic details and magical realism. It creates a long ago place that has a chilling familiarity. That's from Amazon.
Okay.
Oh,
while you're at it,
for Kindle.
Oh, how much?
$30 for Kindle.
Yeah, The when I was on the plot along the other day, I can't remember whether I talked about it on screen or whether it was behind the scenes. Where we're talking about books, they were hard to get and stuff. And I said, yeah, like most of the women's price for fiction started at like $12.99, and I think the dearest one was $20 or something. And they've gone a Kindle book, and I'm like, yeah, Kindle book. That Kindle's so expensive here down this end of the world. The other one you should read is My Grandmother Asked Me to Tell You She's Sorry. That's from Koda. There you go. You've got two now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that one from Koda yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like even on Goodreads, that's all it's saying about Simple Prayers.
Okay. Did anybody use NaNoWriMo? Are you sad, glad it's closing down because of all the controversies? I never used it, says Chris.
I mean, I try and stay away from all of that politics. I'm going to look at doing a readathon, not a readathon, but a write-a-thon. And it was going to be June, but I since got asked to help out with something in June. So I'm thinking of July. It's just like a break from all the reading. So, but I
won't be there. You want it if you want, like if you want a kindergarten story, I'll be there. No worries. Koda, can you edit for me?
But there's quite a few people. There's quite a few people that do like write as well as read that I've seen on sprints. And so I'm just like, let's kind of have something for those people as well.
Cool.
But I've got to talk to a couple of people first. And do you think I remember?
I can think of one.
They live on the other side of the world as well.
Yeah, Stephanie. You should ask Stephanie. QWERTY.
Oh, QWERTY?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can do sprints for you. I'll just write reviews. I mean, it's still writing. I mean, if you need someone to do sprints or whatever, just I'll be happy to do them for you. I can.
Kirsty was looking at doing something very similar, and I think life has just gotten a bit hectic. And so I want to talk to her and maybe think about like having me take over and having like the other co-host that she was bringing in.
Yeah.
Or I don't think he was even a co-host, but yeah. And then looking at another couple of people. I don't know how it's going to work with prompts or anything like that, because I haven't written in quite a while, but essentially it's just going to be keeping each other like accountable.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's fair.
I want to actually talk to her before I go ahead and do it.
Yeah, that might be an idea. I can't always see who's here, so I'm trying to cover bases because in some streams people get offended if you don't say hi.
Oh, that's their problem.
God. I don't even know how to respond to that. I'm not even going to dignify that. Like, you get upset about something so trivial. I'm sure that there's many other things that you could lose your proverbial over. Oh my God. I'm so offended. Say hello. Oh my God. Yeah, see, that's bringing out my petty side. We'll just skip that altogether. So would Jess ever do a buddy read of one of the women's prize books?
Can't say it's ever crossed my mind, Chris. Not going to lie.
Have you read Bandit Queens?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Didn't? Okay. What about... what didn't you like about it? I didn't know you read it.
There's just something about it that just didn't stick with me.
Okay.
Maybe it was a whole cultural thing.
Maybe.
There's just something that didn't quite stick. I liked the concept of it. I just didn't like the
shit that happened in that book was fucking hilarious. And some of the one-liners.
I do mean execution as a pun.
One of the one-liners that, like, just do it, like the Nike thing, just do it. That where they're talking about bumping someone off, and one of them goes, "Oh, just be Nike and just do it." Just like, God, so cool. Anyway, it was one of my favorite books. It depends. What sort of book do you want? Do you want a deep book or something? Maybe. If you don't like cultural things, then it's hard.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I reckon I'll buddy read it with you. The Book of Emptiness and Form.
Okay.
That's by Ruth Ozeki. Look it up. I think you'll like it. I'm going out on a limb and thinking that you'll like it. Oh, so yeah. Jojo is
Chris,
here.
Are you a booktuber?
Jojo's here. Hello, Jojo. How are you? All the hellos are coming in. I never finished a NaNoWriMo project, but I started participating in it long before it got organised enough to do controversy. You were on the ground level there, Jamie. Kelly's also a writer, so there you go. Can hit Kelly up.
Perfect, yeah. I mean, it's not like planned or anything just yet, so don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
But
it might not happen this year, but it might happen next year.
Yeah, if it doesn't happen next year, it'll definitely happen next year.
Yeah. Most of us are writers in some form. We're doing book reviews. Yeah, true. Chris is like, gas? Had Bandit Crane Heights? What? I know, right? Like,
hot take. I have read The Tainted Cup, Kelly.
Oh, it's Tainted Cup. Yeah, loved it. Might read it for Tar. If Jeremy says if Simple Prayers proves too hard to access, a good alternative is The Trouble with Goats and Sheep by Joanna Cannon.
Because I cannot find Simple Prayers anywhere in New Zealand without paying $30.
Yeah, no, that's rude. Jojo has
and
a new profile.
Cheapest is $30.
Yeah, for
a Kindle version.
That's wild for a book that you may or may not.
Exactly.
Yeah. I need to read The Book of Emptiness and Form. I can get a copy this week. Cool. I really enjoyed that book. I was on a story where someone went on a 10-minute rant. She said, "Why are people ignoring me? And no one says hi to me." I say hi to everyone, and no one says it back. That's so mean, and I'm tired of it. Really? Boo-hoo? What? I'm sorry.
Sometimes I say hi and sometimes I don't. Like, I start with hi friends, so that just kind of like encapsulates everyone straight away.
Yeah, I just hi everyone. I feel like that is like you're using the word everyone or friends or hello chat. That's covering everybody.
Hi team.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I
know. Koda's also a writer. What do you need writers for? Too bad you're already locked in. You're doing it whether you like it or not, and it's going to be a surprise when you get there. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'll message you and go say, "Hey, you're a co-host."
I'm a fan's another good one as well. That's a little bit about like obsession. It's in vignette, so it's not hard to read, and it's a very short book. So like little paragraphs on each page. So yeah. Gotta love a filter to make yourself pretty, gorgeous, not just pretty. Don't understand you. Sell yourself gorgeous.
I was going to say who's filtered.
Jojo. New profile picture for Jojo. See,
it is gorgeous.
Very gorgeous. You should all read House of Cerulean Sea so we can read the sequel. Once I get the Barnes & Noble exclusive edition. My writing consists of Dear Diary.
Fair.
Wait, what? That's fine. Actually, I need all the writing encouraged. There you go. Look, you've got him locked in and you didn't even have to tell him what it's about. He's in. That's it. Done.
Perfect.
You're not getting out of it now.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
that's what I needed.
Meanwhile, Jojo's blushing over in New Zealand because we're making her blush. As much as I love it, I tend to recommend Western Lane. Not recommend, sorry. Grief and Squash don't seem particularly great with no that. So I still wish Koda had his NetGalley Arc Rider with sequel. Oh my God, you know which one that you'd probably really like too? It was the winner from last year. That was pretty good. And you're about to read Isle of Missing Trees.
Not this month, I'm not.
Oh, you're not now?
No, I managed to take it off.
Okay, cool.
It just would have been like way too much with like all the other like literary, contemporary, hard books.
Yeah.
It just would have been way too much.
Isle of Missing Trees is not a hard book.
See, well, maybe because I started reading it in Tar. But I feel like I need to carve myself out a little bit of time just to read it.
Just go into it. It doesn't. It's not a hard book. It's quite a straightforward story. I think a lot of things get thrown off a lot of people get thrown off because it's from the perspective of the tree, but that doesn't make it weird at all. on that. It's not hard to follow. It's quite easy to follow along. It's probably one of the most accessible books that I've from that shortlist.
Right.
On the women's prize. Like, I can't remember what else was in that year. All the Missing Trees, Ruth Ozeki. No, actually that list was pretty good. That had Sorrow and Bliss, which is from an Australian author, Megan someone. Can't think of her last name now, but yeah, there was quite a number of good books on that one. Another one is The Great Circle as well. That's another good book as well. That was on the long list. So yeah.
Well, if I can get a hold of the Book of Form and Emptiness, just so you know, Jamie, I'm using you for that one. I know who I'm going to ask for one of them, and I'm actually really scared.
Yeah.
Because he likes really big, complicated books. But he prides himself on, quote, sciencing the shit out of things. So I feel like whatever he picks for me would be excellent.
Who's that?
Jonah.
Okay, yeah.
Word from the Void, yeah.
Just don't worry about it. Just go into the book and don't think. The easiest thing I can think of with things that you think are going to be complicated, don't overthink it. Just don't read the synopsis.
Don't know, and that's it.
Yeah. Just don't read the synopsis. Don't think about it. Don't overthink it. Just start reading, and you will be pleasantly surprised. On that, like, I don't like some books. I don't get me wrong. Some literary fiction that I go into, I'm like, what drugs were they on when they were writing this? Like, and why?
Did you end up reading Black Brain?
No, I've still got it there to read. I haven't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I have. I don't know. You're asking, that was from last year, right?
That was, from November, where I was just like, I'm still trying to read this book, and I'm like, what the actual heck is going on?
I don't think I
still by the end of it.
I don't think I have.
Can you refresh my memory
what it was about?
Okay.
Can you refresh my memory what it was about?
Something about black holes being inside people.
Oh, okay, yep.
That kind of makes sense.
And it was spelled BRANE.
Yeah.
And no, I have not reviewed that. So yes, I still have to review it. I've still got time to read it. It doesn't come out until July.
Oh wow, that was an early. Wow, that's a long.
Yeah, it's now archived. It archived 2 days ago, but it doesn't come out until July. It's a horror literary fiction, so yeah, that can be weird. A man lying in a bed of pain flees from physical torment into his own memories. Okay, in speculations about his life reality, he was once employed by the Temporary Institute of Study of Holes, and a think tank pursuing research that ranges from occult studies to advanced physics, including black holes, or as they are known in string theory, black brains. He meets and interacts with various other members from the Institute. Its founder, Dr. Marilyn. What a name is that? Shitansky. So I'm just going to call her Dr. Marilyn Shit. A formerly homeless woman who claims to have a thinking hole in her brain. Its resident occultist, a chain-smoking...
Yeah, there were some really weird names in here.
Delandra, sorry. Daladara. Yeah, Daladara. Okay, no, with his magic abacus. Ernie is the most decent name here.
Allegra.
Allegra, the engineer who designed and built a decoherent reactor to power the Institute. And Dr. Lou, A
The
string
most
theorist.
coherent name there.
Yeah, and Dr. Cornhole. Jesus, who can't sit still, and Dr. Shitaksky's secretary, Renbrewery, who
Dr.
seems to,
Chits.
oh my God, who seems to carry a mystery within her wherever she goes. Oh my God, that is a lot of names.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go.
I don't remember what I wrote.
What did you write?
I did review it.
You did review it? I have no idea
Oh
what
no,
I fucking
apparently
read.
I didn't review it.
Oh, okay.
I just reviewed it on NetGalley.
Oh.
I think
So what
I
did you?
said, like, basically, this is really fucking confusing.
Yeah.
Needs a bit more work.
Oh, well, I guess when I get to it, I'll get to it. On that, I'll give it a read and see what I think on that. But yeah, those names are going to be a trip. Might have to run that one through Speechify and see what they come up with. So,
Yeah.
Just wondering, did we start the second Outlander book? No, we're not starting that until May. Is when we start the second one. True Koda, you would have to have all those hurricanes to deal with. I think it was the hurricanes, typhoons caused by earthquakes on the same shore. That's it, typhoons. How could I forget your dramatic reading, Koda? It was on the same shore. Oregon. Lots of laughter. We'd probably have hurricanes if we had secret romance hurricanes in Colorado. Maybe that'll be his sequel. Oh my God. I need to go back and find the stream.
You could edit it like right away.
I need to go back and find the stream where Koda reads out that NetGalley arc. That was one of my favorite streams. Please tag it or clip it or something, Chris. I'll go and watch it too. Yeah, you can timestamp in the comments. So if you find something, you can go to the comments and timestamp
and then tag me in it because I want to watch it.
Tag us all in it. Black Coal Soul. When I find it, Koda, I will. That's the sequel to Black Hole Sun by Old and Grey. All your talk about books on this channel. I came to watch some TV. Send me this book. What book is this? What book am I sending?
Black Brain.
It was an arc.
Yeah.
It's not out yet. I want to read a book about a chain smoking whole brain advocacy using Dr. Connell. It's archived now too, so you can't even apply for it. I got nothing out of that synopsis. I'm going to tell you other than I think I did well, considering I had no idea what the freaking hell I was looking at. The various words are called. So well reading. Oh, nice. All right. Oh, gotta love it. Seriously. Okay. No, you're serious. All right. Let's bring. Are you hanging around, Jess? You gonna keep reading, or are you going to bow out?
If we're doing half an hour.
Yeah, we're just going to do half an hour. I'm going to change the timer to 30 minutes.
It's called Black Brain, but it's not out yet.
It's not out yet. So, yeah.
Here, I'll give you the Goodreads link. There we go.
It's bedtime for Kelly. Good night, my friends. Good night, Kelly. Sleep well. There is the Goodreads link for it. And good night to Kelly from
Anyone
Koda.
who wants to read it, I'm going to suggest you're on special diet of certain supplements.
Mushrooms, perhaps?
Yeah.
feels the cover looks really cool. Yeah,
it is a cool cover.
Mm.
That's what drew me to it originally.
Yeah, because it looks like a really old, beaten up book, doesn't it?
Mm.
So,
with a fingerprint on it.
Mm. Is it a fingerprint or a black hole?
It looks like a fingerprint.
It's a black hole.
It could be a black hole.
It's
could
a black
be a
hole.
black brain.
It's black brain. There you go. Melissa says it's bedtime as well. Good night, everyone. Thanks for the submarines. Yeah, it looks all used up, right? It's so cool. No, so yeah, that's why I like really cool covers like that. That is just so out there. So it's a black hole. Same kind of hole. Oh my god. Anyway, we're going to start the timer. We're going to read a bit more. We'll be back to wrap things up. Sucking things in. Oh my god, Koda. Stop it. All right, let's start the timer and we'll see you on the other side of 30. Happy reading, everyone. I think Jess is frozen. Because Jess hasn't moved. Oh, she disappopped. timer ended right in a really good part of the book. Damn. I am up to page 315, so I've got about 50 pages to go. So very interesting chain of events is happening. So I don't need that in anymore because, as you would have seen, it's not here because the power went out and can't get back. So just says, well, fine, I guess I'm not sticking around, just got a power cut. I guess a black brain swallowed me. That's the extent of my internet data usage right now. Thank you everyone for being here, and to Nicole for having me. Hopefully we'll be back on Tuesday with normal sprints. That's okay, Jess, if you're watching, thank you for being here. It's been a lot of fun over the last couple of weeks reading these two books together. It's been awesome because we've been reading and talking in Messenger and all that sort of stuff as well, especially with last week's book. This book's been a little bit quicker because it's not a very long book, but very good book. I'm still sitting on suspected spam. Stop ringing me. Go away. Sorry, I've got my headphones in, Bluetooth in, so someone was ringing me and I just hung up on them. So it's just spam. But yeah, it's been a really good book and it's been a lot of fun reading it with Jess, and looking forward to more buddy reads in the future. So yeah, and hopefully your internet comes on and your power comes back, because, well, I mean, it's not as if you've got nothing to do because you've got books to read. You can have a nap and all sorts of stuff when the power goes out. In fact, that's probably a really good thing because you won't be doom scrolling or anything because you'll be conserving power. But I'd just like to say thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I will check in a bit later, Jess, with how it's all going. All right. Good night to Melissa from Glenda. I came in and I was saying, oh, she's frozen. And then you disappeared. So, yeah. And you were looking very regal sitting there. Most definitely. I thought maybe she was getting ready to do a princess wave. On my end, Koda, I can only go back 8 months in the live streams on your channel. I believe the dramatic reading of Koda's arc was about a year ago. Yeah, it was about this time last year, I think, maybe. Was it? Yeah, maybe. Wild and Wrangled by Lila Sage just came out, so I'm listening to the audiobook. It's a bittersweet now that this is the last book in her romance series. Oh. It's always, yeah. It's great that you're finishing up a series, but then at the same time, you want to stay in the world, especially if it's a good one. Jamie has another good book. A recommendation from her would be Plain Song, Eventide, or any other novel by Kent Hoof. I don't know how to say that. Since his books tend to be set in Colorado and are really good. Nice. So, Chris, if you're looking for them, maybe check out Appearances, because there's a couple of playlists on Koda's channel. So, yeah. Glenda's saying, have a good night, Jessica. Thanks for being here. See you next time. Jamie switched to a print book, Civil Wars, A History in Ideas by David Armitage, and got to page 50. Nice. I'm up to my page 315 in this candy. Oops, I meant 315 packet of candy. You're a shocker. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of candy. So yeah, well, we have got to the end of the comments, and as you can see, that was the last sprint for me today. I am going to continue on reading, but I'm going to move from this chair to another chair. Then I'm going to go and round up my kitty cats, and I'm going to have dinner. And I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I've got two options: potato gems and chicken strips, which is dump in the oven and cook, not healthy at all, or salmon and rice. So yeah, smoked salmon and rice. I don't know. I feel like, because I had I had sour cream. I made chili sour cream yesterday to dip the potato gems in, and it was good. It was the comfort food that I was looking for on that. So, yeah, I'm thinking maybe. Yeah. So I was also thinking that going forward, now that the weather's getting a bit cooler and I just want to curl up and read and all that sort of stuff, and I'm also in the library this year, Wednesday sprints might end up being a little bit longer, and I might just end up making Wednesday a reading day again, where I just read a whole book in a day. Because I've actually really enjoyed that today. I was actually thinking that a little bit earlier, going, you know what? It's been a hot minute since I've done the full 12-hour sprints and all the things. So I'm thinking that I might end up doing that again. Obviously, in May I won't be, or I suppose I could do them, but we'll see how we go, because it's going to be pretty hectic and whatnot. And yeah, so I suppose I could always just go and change them because they're already scheduled. So, but I've actually really enjoyed today, just sitting here, and like I had breakfast, which I had muesli and yogurt for breakfast with some nuts thrown in. I had my coffee sitting here. I've just had a really good day relaxing, and maybe that's what I need, because I have been doing a lot of 6-day weeks and long days as well. So I feel like I've got nothing done, but at the same time, I know I've got a lot done. So maybe I just need to take that Wednesday where I just do nothing. And just read and just do long sprints. So yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. Okay, so I'm finished. I'm the same. Oh, you finished. I'm the same in April of last year, Chris. Koda's saying. So yeah, and it may have been on my sprints that that happened. Had to look it up on Goodreads. That's pretty good memory though from Chris. It was a year ago, like, because we're in April. So yeah, there you go. Interesting. That could be fun. Might even set aside a book to start and finish on those sprints. Yeah, I was thinking about it, because we used to have a great time with that. Because it was this time last year I was still doing it. But remember, because I was out there and it was getting colder and I just couldn't do it anymore because that's outside. Whereas I can have a little heater in this room, shut the window, and it'll warm up quite nicely. So yeah, I think I might do that actually. That I like the idea of that. That sounds good to me. Yeah. So we'll do that. So next week I'll change it to 12-hour midweek sprints. So yeah, I mean I can go longer, but it only records for 12 hours. So yeah. But by 9 o'clock at night, I'm starting to get pretty tired as well. So yeah, there's that. So yeah. So we might do that. I might actually go in and onto the my spreadsheet and change that up. So yeah, that will give me a reason to start getting up before 5 a.m. or by or before. Well, the weather is getting warmer on Wednesdays at least. Yeah. Chris says, I have a good memory for Koda's dramatic reading. It was funny while I was reading this book today, talking about dramatic readings and sound effects and all the rest of it. While I was reading this, there was a comparison in there about bees and dolphins, and it made me look automatically over to these by the same author, dolphins and bees. So yeah. I'm going to read this one soon. When I don't know when you're doing the pod. I will not be reading this, but I will read the bees. I want to see if this is as bad, because everybody raved about the bees and said it was really, really good. This was also shortlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction. Oh, excuse me. Madeline Miller wrote on the back, the extraordinary feat of imagination. With every page I turned, I found myself drawn deeper into Flora's plight and her immersive, mesmerizing world. but the Times wrote an unusual and cunningly imaginative thriller. So it's a thriller. Okay. Emma Donoghue says, One Wild Ride. Paul's heart-pounding novel wrenches us into a new world. That's someone that I haven't read yet, is Emma Donoghue. And I've heard really good things about their books, so I need to get onto that. It's laughing. I'll see if I can't find them. If I can't, I'll tag you all at Pod Laugh. You'll like her other books. Oh, well, that's good then. Thank you, Nicole and Jessie, for hosting. Nicole, see you Koda on Thursday night. Yes, I've got crafty sprints tomorrow for anybody that is a crafty person. My neighbour is out on his lawnmower again. Just thought I would yeah. Anyway, we haven't officially planned it yet, but it's happening. I'm failing miserably at catching up at books right now. No worries. I like both Layla and Paul's books, and she thanked me for my review of Pod, which was nice. Yeah, because were you the only person in the universe that liked it? Sorry. I also miss Shannon as well. I don't know what happened to Shannon. She just disappeared on that. She was good value on that, and she asked some good questions, and the vocab was brilliant. So I don't know who pissed her off for her to make her disappeared, whether it was in a personal life or someone on the internet on that. But yeah, she just disappeared. I remember she did come on once, close, like around the time that she disappeared, and said she was having family issues. So I'm not too sure on that. I hope that she's okay, and everything is okay with her family and all the rest of it. We just don't know. Like, we talk to people online all the time, and you just don't know what tragedy or what's going on in their life and all that sort of stuff. So it can be, yeah. And, if they're not coping and stuff like that, we just don't know. And that's why you should always be nice. And if you can't be nice, be really effective at it. No, just don't say anything at all. That, unlike Koda and I the other day when we unleashed on a JH10, who's still subscribed. So yeah. Yeah, the lawnmower man. That's what it should be. It's I could write a book, I tell you. The Diary of a Lawnmower Man. I mowed the lawn today. Oh, 2 days later, I mowed the lawn again today. There was a blade of grass that was half an inch too tall. She said something about a death on another stream. Yeah, it was. I remember she was saying there was some issue with a family member or something. She didn't go into too much detail on my stream. She just said there was an issue. So whether or not she's a full-time carer and that's why she doesn't have time, there is another lady that that used to follow me all the time over on my craft channel, and she started following me because of my vintage machine. She loves vintage machines, but she doesn't get a lot of time to sew and everything because she's a full-time carer. She's pretty much disappeared off the face of the earth too. Her husband was quite ill. Occasionally she pops in though, like we've seen, whereas with Shannon, she's just disappeared altogether. So it's a little bit concerning, and I hope that if she does happen to watch any of these replays and that, I hope that you're okay, Shannon, and just pop in and say, hey, inquiring minds want to know if you're okay and all the rest of it, because you were a good value. We had a lot of fun. Some of the things we talked about was absolutely hilarious, and it made for a good stream and whatnot. But on that note, I see that there's still 25 people still here, 29 people still watching. So thank you everybody for sticking around. I'm just sorry that Jess couldn't say goodbye, but I'm sure you understand. I don't dislike JH or whatever. I just dislike people trying to shit on my vibe. I get it. I'm the same as well. And Aaliyah got to page 202 or 291 of We'll Always Have Summer. You've made good progress there too, Aaliyah. But I will be back tomorrow. live stream where we'll do crafty sprints. Hopefully Christina can join us. That she's a little bit off chops at the moment and sleeping because she's been at the dentist. But I'll be doing that for about 4 hours, and then I'll be back on Friday with a Koda for Seriously Serious Book Club, and I will be reading Sunbringer. I haven't read any of that this week. I think I think I read a little bit on Sunday, and that on my Sunday, and that was it. So I'm going to be reading a Sunbringer, but I'm going to finish this for today. I'm going to read this for tomorrow. I'm going to do Sunbringer on Friday, and then on Saturday I'm going to read this. And then I also have Patreon sprints this weekend. We have a 48-hour mini cookie readathon, and we have 12-hour sprints happening on both days. If you want to come and join, head on over to my Patreon and you will find all the details there, and you can join up on a tier even if it is only for 1 month. That is perfectly fine, but it's pretty chill. We relax, we get into some topics. I'm going to be doing a mini marathon, so that is all happening. All the details are on the Patreon, as I said, and I will link them up and all the things. So yeah, the advertising board, I think. And we're going to support you at the advertising court or whatever. Yeah, it was the advertising board. Justice for Nicole and Koda. They have been wronged. It'll be such a privilege to be invited without having to advertise. Like a backdoor to the underground club. Aaliyah is finding it very amusing. So I think our snack and food talk made JH pissed off. It did. It made them very, very upset about that. But we now have a disclaimer. So anybody that doesn't know, we do have a disclaimer. It's probably not underneath this video because I didn't do my work this morning. And all the things. Yeah, the advertising board. I know. But do you want to know the funniest thing? JH10 is still subscribed to my channel. So, and I'm guessing still subscribed to your channel too, Koda. So yeah, anyway. Yes, disclaimer. Yes, we have a disclaimer. We also have a disclaimer for Kooky and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right, I'm going to That's right. Because they went to one of your videos because we blocked them. That's right. They got their comment removed, and yes, he's still subscribed. And let me have a look at my phone. If when I checked, when was it? 2 days ago. Still subscribed. I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, interesting. Let me just get to my channel. Oh, people crack me up. They really do. I have a good time with people. At their little idiosyncrasies that they have. Home. Where am I going? Channel. Okay, that's where it shows me. So at the top of your phone now, see these little dots? It shows you your subscribers. And then you click on it. And then you can't enlarge it. But if you look down here, where is it? The purple J. Come on, focus. JH10 there is subscribed. So I think it's funny. Yes, he's still subscribed. And a chatty bits disclaimer. Yes, got to have the disclaimer. I still never checked mine. Let me see. I think it's funny that the Russian bit he put was something about him wanting you to go drink and ski. I'm like, what? I know, right? No, it's just on, like, I just go into my YouTube. So this is just in the app when I go to my channel. So I go to my channel and it's just under your profile picture there, all the little dots. And it shows you your subscribers. So yeah, Not in Studio. It's just on the regular app. So yeah. It's funny. I'm gonna finish up my book tonight before bed. Awesome. So am I. Gonna start Look Me in the Eye, My Life with Asperger's tomorrow. That's gonna be a bit of a read. That's an interesting read too. So yeah, you'll have to let us know what it's about. No, I'm on YouTube. So we'll just give Koda a couple of seconds, and then I'm already finishing an hour later than I normally do, but that's okay. So next week we'll be doing 12-hour sprints. If anybody's interested, next Wednesday, midweek, anybody that is looking to read a whole book in a day, we can do that. We'll have 12 hours. Generally are pretty productive. Like today was a little bit more chatty as well because I had Jess on and we were talking about a book and all that sort of stuff. In some cases, we were ignoring the chat quite a bit because we were talking about the book so much. So hopefully you really like that content and whatnot. But for now, I am going to head off. I'm going to go and get myself typical troll bitches about your channel, but doesn't want to leave. I know, right? When I seen it, because I didn't realize that we had those changes on YouTube, and I was talking to Koda about something. I think we were talking about kooky readathon and whatnot. And I just happened to go to my channel and I seen these new little dots. Oh, what's that? And I clicked on it and then showed all the subscribers. I'm like, oh my goodness. And then that was what I noticed. And I took a screenshot, circled it, and then sent it to Koda. Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, the troll is still here. So I mean, I guess they don't want to unsubscribe because they'll have to wait for 5 minutes to make a comment. So they want to be able to, but they don't realize that they're actually banned from making comments. So that sucks to be them. But just don't come and harsh as Koda said, the harshing our vibe is not good at all. So yeah, anyway, with that, I'm going to bid you all farewell. Thank you so much for watching. If you are watching on the replay, I hope you had a good time reading and all the things. And everybody that joined me today, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you being here. And of course, I will be back on Friday with Koda. I've got crafty sprints tomorrow. So make sure you check them out. If you're a crafty person, come on over. Love to have you. And of course, I will see you all in the next video. Bye, everyone.